go.
ぜ、き、が、わ、
Oh, well, again. What was?
な、
Yeah. Nice. That's what I did. You all saw it.
か、ざ、ふ、
Yeah, that one it always fucks up. You just can't do
う、
that one right.
こ、つ、ぞ、
Oh,
む、
moo. I feel like moo is this one. Yeah.
ほ、ぼ、
Mm,
の、ぶ、
mhm.
え、す、ね、び、よ、ば、
Mhm, mhm.
ぶ、あ、
Mhm.
じ、だ、
Mhm. Da.
お、ぼ、し、ふ、べ、
Mhm.
げ、
Mhm. Oh, that counted as two strokes. I was about to go do a second stroke.
ひ、ぎ、て、ま、
Mm.
に、ち、ず、せ、
Oh, not saw.
れ、
Oh.
く、へ、け、
Mm.
く、ふ、
There we
さ、
go.
ぺ、
Mm.
る、
No.
で、も、
Mo is. Hmm. Mo. Maybe Mo is this one? No. No, it's down and then over.
ん、も、 ぷ
Eventually. Eventually, we're
You.
gonna get there. Oh, you.
ぷ
Mm,
とはみ
mm. Mm. You know what? Me, I think might be this one. I did that wrong.
じろ
Low is no. Fuck, I did that wrong too.
ぱ ゆ
Oh, okay, you is
る
oh, it is the one that lives back on
Me.
itself. Okay. Me is
い
yeah.
や
Ya is Ya is hard, right? Like I can't remember Ya. No, it's not that. Ya is very unique.
り
Feel I got it wrong. I thought I got
Ru.
that one right already. Okay, Ru, I think is this. Ru is this one.
ぷ ろ
Then is Ro this one? Fuck. Ro is fuck. I don't know why I circled it back.
そ
And yeah, I did
Se.
that one wrong.
ず を
Is this one this? Yeah.
ど り ひ ら
Ra is Ra's a weird one. It's like yeah, there we
や
go. Yeah, what was Ya again? Right, Ya was
ごれ
I feel like it's this. No, it's not.
な る
Hmm. Ru. No.
そたる
Oh, that's totally what I was going for too. I still had it fucked up, but
る ぴ
fuck.
れ
I should have gotten that one wrong. It's Ray, this one. Yeah.
ざそなうよこたぴ
やわ。
はいぼずでかほろまだん
Whoa, whoa. Yeah, whoa.
を
Wall.
す
Su. I.
ぎ
Da.
がぼおべ
Ra.
ら
Ru.
る
Ru. Ru. I struggle with the
で
with the R's. They start out as an R and they turn into a L, I think, or something like that. Do 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 do. Do do do
Go.
do go. He.
ひ
Me.
み
Ah.
あ
Do.
ど
G.
じ
Ba.
ば
So.
ぞ
Mo.
も
Me.
め
Pu.
ぷ
Ki.
き
Chi.
ち
Nu.
ぬ
え
え
Ku.
くぱ ふ
You.
ゆ
Pa.
ぺ
To.
と
Ya.
や
She.
し
Sa.
さ
Ha.
は
Ni.
に
He.
へ
I.
び
Re.
れ
Mu.
む
Ze.
ぜ
Su.
つ
Ge.
げ
Ne.
ね
Zu.
ず
Se.
せ
No.
の
Ke.
け
Ri.
り
G.
じ
Bu.
ぶ
Gu.
くせ
Oh, that's not what I wanted. I just want to take a look at the hiragana chart. Some of these I did pretty well on. All right, let's get the homework done. What, 15 minutes in? That didn't take long. go to the workbook. Mhm. 7. I was harassing my friend Holly about him not helping me with my homework earlier today. To be fair, I think he has a good reason. I think he's working during my streams. Town. Matsu? Machi. Sorry, Machi is F. This one is you. You. Me? Yumi? Yumi E. Dream. This one is Mise. Mise. This one is Moya. This one is Yo Me? Yomi? Is that? Yume. Yume. Because this is me. No, this is. This is ne. Right? Wait, this one's ne. That one's definitely not ne. Where is that one? Okay, wait. No, this is Yomo. Yomo. Or Mo. Wait, what? No, this is Yomu. D. Yomu. This is Mu. Ne. Moon. Mochi. Kami. That was a little bit too long of a stroke, I think. Musume. Musume. Mu. Su. Me. Matsu. Oyu. Hot water. I actually don't know if you guys can see that. You guys can't see any of that. What the fuck? God damn it. Now you guys can see. You is sorry. Yo. I don't think anybody comes here for the Japanese lessons in the morning. Yo. Ya. Cool. This one is wa ra ra wa ra u. Wa ra u. E. Ha ra. Ha ra. See. This is yo ra. No, yo ru. Yoru. A. Yellow is ki ro. Kiro. Kiro is F. This is Shinri. Let's see. We have wa. Wa. Ka. Ru. Mi. O. Sa. Masu. This is going to be a hard one. So we're going to start with mi. And then o. Which is the wool. Sa. And then ma. Su. Ra. Ni. Eh. N. Ra. I. I did that wrong. I got that wrong. That's horribly wrong. That was wrong. That was wrong. Ra. I. I think I know what na is. Na is the one that I thought it was. Straight line down, and then you got the, and then it backs on itself. Right. Good luck. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 100 biddies as well. Much appreciated. How are you doing today? Thank you for showing up. You can tell me how terrible I'm doing. Let's see. I think that's an anomotope. Oh no, that's a ma, not a mo. Onomatope. I'm getting better at reading it. I still have trouble. I remember very few words, but I'm getting better at the characters. Yeah. I had some homework that I was so stuck on. What was it? I wonder if you remember any of this from school. So, this one here, I believe that one is asking me what grade I am in, if I'm not mistaken. And I feel like I should just put first grade because it's my first semester of Japanese. So it seems appropriate, but like I'm not entirely sure what I should put there. Oh, oh, thank God I didn't write on my book. Let's see here. After the Japanese, we're gonna get into oh, I did that wrong. This needs to be more of a swooshy. And then ke or ki, sorry. And then shi. Rakeshi history. Oh, that one I remember a little bit. Rakeshi history. Re. I'm getting better with re because I see it so often in the stuff they've got us doing. And roll. And then and then ha. Mm, han. Eh, there you go. Now my homework's done. I believe that's all of it. Let me just scroll back a little bit in my emails here. To make sure that's all of it. Do, 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 do. Where is? Wait, wait. Now, where's the to-do list? Oh, here we go. Wait, no, is it being taken down? I want lesson 4. If I can spell lesson correctly, that would be great. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Lesson 4. New assignment. See details. That's not the details that I was looking for. Here we go. Inky workbook 18 part 1. Wait, did I do 18 part 1? No, I didn't. Oh my God. God damn it. I have to do part 1. I think that's going to be a tomorrow thing. I'm fairly certain that she gave me the I think she sent out the answers for this. Like, I think that she gave me the answers. Let's see. Yeah, she totally gave me the answers for this. I can spot check this. Oh, I got this one wrong. And this one wrong. This one I think I got right. No, this one I got wrong too. This one I got wrong as well. Wait, no, this one I think I got right. Yeah, this one I got right. This one I totally got wrong. I think I... Oh, wait, you guys can't even see it. I got this one wrong. This is definitely wrong. This one's wrong as well. Actually, no, this one might be right. No, it's not. This is not supposed to be ma. It's supposed to be a tashi ho. Tashi ho? Whatever, I've committed. I will bite the bullet and get things wrong and be okay with that. Okay, there we go. Now, you can call it. Did the homework. And we can get on with the programming. The all-important programming. I don't remember this. Oh, this is high potential. Okay. Let's start opening stuff here. Working on working on two different games in two different engines at the same time is a little bit much. Not gonna lie. I might have to try and port. Might have to try and figure out a way to get started and doing some stuff in Unity for a third person controller. At least I'd be working on two different games in the same engine rather than two different engines with two different languages. Two different paradigms. Two entirely different systems altogether. I'm not even gonna lie, I might do that. Unreal might not be worth it, to be honest. What the hell? It didn't open. Okay, let's see Truck Goon. Ooh, Truck Goon. Make the voom vooms. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins. Okay, so today is the day that we're going to get the ragdolls working finally. I know that we got the ragdolls working on the first 2 days, I think. Like, we got ragdolls and vehicle systems working and stuff like that within the first 2 days. And then we went ahead and broke the shit out of it by finding out that none of that work was going to be compatible with dots. So we have to start over. But today's goal is to turn every single one of those ones over there into a ragdoll when we collide with them. We're going to have to do collision detections. Wee! We can't collide with any of these. Also, I updated my version of Unity from to 0.38 because I needed it to not have that frickin' bug that we found yesterday. Because I don't want to deal with that. There we go. And keep in mind that it only runs this terribly in the editor. It actually runs substantially better in the the thing. Yeah. Okay, so I wonder if we attach rigid bodies to this, if it changes anything. Like if I attach a rigid body to this, it should be on the ground, but I don't actually think I care about it being on the ground. I think calculating extra physics on that just doesn't make sense. Like I think a raycast might be cheaper. I could be wrong, because I think physics objects can be calculated at execution time, right? I mean, in a job, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So now we do this. The reason sorry, the reason why I don't have wait, what's going on here? The component lookup trigger event ragdoll must be marked read only in the job system. Component lookup trigger ragdoll user job ragdoll lookup must be marked as read only. Marked as read only. Like that? Is read only. Yeah, no, this is supposed to be read only because we're going to be changing it in here. So in here, we're going to do the, we've got to figure out which one so we know which one the truck is at this point. So here we're going to do, this is going to be get the pedestrian alive tag lookup component, which is going to be effectively if is body a truck. Actually, I think we can do this all in one, right? So here we'll do the Boolean. We could do this entirely. Yeah, we could do this. I don't know if I like this because this is technically more work because we're testing on a list, right? So like, do we want to test on a list when we have a pretty good idea? And I think the answer is no, because like so if we do this and then we do so we need to check at the very least, right? Because if we don't check, we risk actually crashing because we won't have the pedestrian alive, right? So like, yeah, no, we can't. We have to check. I don't want to crash. That's what it comes down to. So now we're going to get the truck object, right? If is body a truck, and here we're going to actually fetch the truck component, which is going to be used like this. I don't want this to be a var. I want this to be a thing, right? If body A is truck, we're going to take this, and this is going to see sorry, not physics velocity, player tag lookup, and then we do entity A, right? Entity A. And this will give us back, if I'm not mistaken, an actual player tag, right? So this would be a player tag. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Then this would go into here. And this would be player tag. Else if there. There. So let's actually move this up, because this makes the most sense to move up here and replace that, because we want to have that check, right? So then we do the same thing down here. Check, get. Sorry, we're going to do that. This. Get the player tag component. Actually, do we even need to get the player tag component? No, we don't. We don't actually care about it. We're just using it as a flag. It's literally just a flag. If not, is body and there. Yeah, we don't actually care about that one. I don't know why I was bothering. Get the or sorry, update pedestrian alive tag component to false. I think I've got it set up to is this what it is? Enabled? No. Do. Unity dots. Set component enabled. Set buffer enabled. And the component to be enabled and disabled at runtime without structural changes. All right, let's take a look at it. Let's see here. Set component enabled. Set component enabled. Component lookup. If I have, no, that's through entity management. So if I have the component lookup, so if I have the, dude, if I've got the component itself, right, it would be set, sorry, give me a second, set component. Wow, that didn't take long. You selling bot. Okay, where was I? Right. Pedestrian alive tag dot set. Nope. Gonna have to do this by watching a video quickly, because I've got a video that has it in it.
read the state of these booleans right before the reset system. Okay, so for starting the or deselect, now to quote unquote fire these events, let's go here. Okay, great. We have our two nice events. Now to quote unquote
Oh.
fire these events.
Ah. Wait. So if we do... Wait, I thought we were supposed to only have like nothing here, right? In this component. This was supposed to be like a largely empty component. Where did it go?
Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey. In this lecture, we're going to learn how to select our units so we can choose who we give orders to. We're going to use what is called an enableable component, which will let us toggle it on or off depending on the state, and depending on that state, we are going to give orders to those selected units. Okay, so far, all our logic for moving the unit works. I've got just one unit here I can click, and yep, the unit does go towards the target position. It goes there perfectly. It works with one unit and also works with multiple units. All of them go towards the target position. Now, before we make some duplicates again, it's probably time to make this unit into a prefab. So first of all, let's keep things nice and organized. Let's make a new prefabs folder called prefabs. Let's drag the units on there, okay? And also let's select the unit, and over here for the collider, let's actually make it a
Yeah,
trigger,
pretty
just to make
much.
it so that we don't have any issues with collisions right now. Again, like I mentioned, we're going to add collision avoidance and some proper move positions later on, but for now, let's just enable this so we don't have any issues. And make sure you make this a trigger directly over here on prefab, so it should apply to all units. And
Oh, wow, that actually snuck through. And I can't remove it from the screen. Because I forgot to load my, fuck. Poop. Okay.
not just this one unit. Okay, now we can duplicate them, so let's duplicate a bunch of them, position them a bit like this, just having a bunch of different units. Okay, great. And if we test, yep, they're also moving, click, and yep, all of them go towards start position. Okay, great. But that's actually a problem. All of them are moving. Now in an RTS game, you really want the player to be able to control which units to move instead of just moving all of them all the time. So we need some way to tag some units as being either selected or deselected. Then when giving the move order, when doing that, we can make sure to only give those move orders to the units that are actually selected. Now when it comes to tagging units, we have multiple options. The first one is with a simple component tag. Let's create one just to see how that works. So in our authoring script folder, let's go ahead create. And by the way, for making a new authoring component, we can create a model behavior script and go through that over here. I think this one makes complete. If then inside we've got me personally, I prefer to make the usual thing. Let's grab the entity. Let's call get entity. And for the transform usage flags, let's default to using that. You select the prefab so that it does. So let's select and see, yep, here we do have our selected tag. Okay, great. So this is how tags work. Tags are really just empty components. For deselecting, we would simply remove this component. Now, technically, that is a quite expensive operation. Basically, the way dots works in the background, for example, all dots in the back. Because of that, if a resource is used to move this quite a bit, for that, instead of adding or removing a component, which again would trigger a circle change, instead of that, we're going to be using something really awesome called enableable components. This is basically a component just like this, except it's as if it has just a boolean inside of it that defines whether it's enabled or not. But unlike just storing a regular bool inside one of these components, unlike that, if you have an enableable component, those can be used in many special ways without having to read the entire component out. Now, the way we make something as an enableable component is super simple. We literally just implement another interface. It's called enableable component. And if that's it, we don't need to add any extra data. Just by adding this, it already works. Let's go ahead and save. Let's wait for it to compile and then look at the entity. And if there it is, there's our selected component. And I can see it does have a nice checkbox. This checkbox lets us easily either enable or disable this component. And since the whole thing we're doing here is just flipping a boolean bit, we are not adding or removing components. So because of that, setting this to either selected or deselected will not trigger a custody structural change. Okay, so we have our nice enableable component. Now let's see how this actually works inside a query. So let's create a simple testing system just to test out some things. So inside the systems folder, let's right click, go inside the entities, and create a new iSystem called just testing system. Okay, so now here, let's get rid of the create and destroy. We don't need those. Okay, so now on the update, on this one, let's go inside the unit mover, and let's basically just copy the for each that we have here, just to copy basically that query. So let's copy and paste it over here. Okay, everything worked. Again, if you're seeing some errors, it's probably because your Visual Studio did not automatically write the using statements, so make sure those are all there and this works. Okay, great. Except here, we don't want to do any of this logic. Instead, let's just count the number of units that this query applies to. So let's do an int unit count. Let's default to 0. Then on the for each, let's increase it plus, and finally do a debug.log, and let's print out the unit count as something. And by the way, this is actually an error that happens every once in a while. Basically, when I wrote debug, instead of implementing Unity Engine, for some reason, Visual Studio is defaulting to importing this class system.diagnostics. That is not the one that we want. We want the debug class that is inside using Unity Engine. Kind of like that, and we have the normal debug log. Okay, so let's run this and see how many units have all of these components. It should be the same number of units. And up here, now we can see we have 8 entities that match those components. And looking here, we can see, okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, great. Everything's correct. Now let's include our enableable component inside of this query. So one way to do that is to literally include it in the query. So here, let's add another component. We're going to go with ref.ro, and let's choose the select component. Then let's also add it up here for the selected. Okay, yep, like this. Let's test. And again, this birth error is normal. That's because we are doing a log on.
Okay, so apparently we might need to pass in that in a different manner, maybe. I don't know. We're gonna have to keep watching. Just give me a second here. I want to be able to give it my attention. There we go.
On that value. But again, it's just a burst error, so let's ignore it and play. And if it still says the exact same thing, by default, the component is going to be enabled, so it makes sense that it still says the same number. Although actually, we can modify this. So over here, we can add the new select component, but if we wanted them to default to being not selected, for that over here, we can call set component enabled. This one pass in the entity, so our entity, and then let's set it as false. And for passing the component type, we just need to use generics, so passing the select component and set it as false. So let's save. And yep, now they show 0.
I wonder if they'll let me do that inside of here, right? Can I do set entity component? No.
0 units, and if I select one of those units, and over here on the inspector, make it in runtime, and we can see over here it's selected, and we can manually toggle this box, and as I toggle, either go down goes to 1, toggle again, and goes down to 0. So yeah, that works. And again, remember, one very important thing is how whether this one is toggled or untoggled, the entity still has this component. It still belongs to the exact same archetype, except now this component is simply marked as either enabled or disabled. And by seeing the number 0 here, we're actually already seeing another interesting thing. Over here in our query, we're querying for everything that has a selected component, but note how if it is disabled, this one actually says 0. That is because this query over here, when we query for something with a selected component or any enablable component, when we do that, that entity is only included within this query if that component both exists and is enabled. So if the component is disabled, this code will not run for that entity. It needs to be present and needs to be enabled. Alternatively, if you wanted to query for entities that have a enablable component but have it disabled, if so, then instead of this, let's get rid of that one and this one right here. Okay, back to what we had previously. Now we can add the option with disabled and pass in the component. So selected. So let's select this. And yeah, there it is, 8. Now that query is only included entities that have that component disabled. And right now by default, all of them are disabled. If I set this one as enabled, there you go. Now it says 7. So like this query will only apply to entities that have the component and have it disabled. If it does not have the component or the component is enabled, if so, then it does not run this logic. And yet another thing we can do is simply query if the component exists on
I still need to figure out how I'm going to flag this.
the entity. So for that, we can use with present. Let's see. And there you go. Now it is saying 8. And if I go into one of these and I set it as selected, yep, it still says 8. So the entities are being included within this query, regardless of the state of the actual component. Enabled or disabled does not matter. As long as the component exists on the entity, it is included within this query. So these are the various options that we have for dealing with enablable components. As we go on in this course, we're going to use quite a lot of these options. So now that we can actually select the units, now let's actually use that selection logic within our move logic. Now, thinking like we saw, it's actually super simple. Let's just go over here on our testing system and comment this out. Let's leave the file created just in case we need to do some more testing in the future. And now let's go over here onto the unit selection manager. This is the code where we are giving orders to our units. And over here for the query that we are constructing, we are just looking for the unit mover component. So in order to be able to give orders just to select units, that's super simple. Just add a comma and let's also include the select component. And again, like we saw by default, this query will only include entities that have that component enabled. So that's exactly what we want. And just like this, without modifying anything else, it should already be working. This query will only include entities that have both the unit mover and a selected enable. So then on over here just runs within those entities that match that query. So let's test. Okay, here we have our units, and if I right click, and nope, not a single one of them moves. Okay, that's right, that's exactly as intended. Now if I select just one of them, let's say select this one, over here on the inspector, I'm going to manually set it as selected. And now I right click, and there you go. Now just that one unit moves. Just one that is selected, that is go back outside. We'll basically take this game object and convert it onto an entity and assign that entity over here on the visual entity field. Now we can verify that this did indeed work. Let's save it. And over here in the inspector, again, did show up. If I select a different one, and on the top right corner, it should be around. Just do a quick log just to verify that this is indeed working. With present, this one means that the component has to exist. It's like bug. So right now,
To do how to switch. Flip. And where was it again? Fucking hell. What is it? Enable component. To do component in Unity dots first. Component lookup. I have to do a component lookup? Can I do a component lookup? I don't think that I can do a component lookup. I can do a component lookup. I feel like maybe pedestrians alive tag dot set component enabled. That was it. Oh wait, does this even need do I actually need to get this at all? Right? Does this even matter? Or would it just be entity A? I think it's just entity A. And then we give it false, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's totally it. True if the specified component should be enabled or false to do. Yeah, argument the entity does not exist, it throws an exception. Okay. Return. There we go. That's all we have to do. Now, actually, I'm just going to leave that there so we can just have it, right? And the reason I'm doing an else if here is because, again, if this gets passed in and this is not able to fetch the entity, this crashes with an error, and we do not want to error out. So we check before we do. Check before we do to make sure that we do not pass in bad values. Okay, so now Now, when I run through that object, it should change its value from true to false. Because it should start out true, if I'm not mistaken. Like the default is true. Look at this. You and being the first person to actually have a comment on that screen. And Restream. Restream, you're the first person to have a comment on Restream. It's beautiful. Why is this taking so long? Oh, I can't even close it. Is it just like actually hanging? Interesting. They're running Node. I wonder what they're running Node for. There's the not responding. Yeah, it's eating up 4.2 gigs of RAM and not responding. 10 out of 10. Love it. Love to see it. I think what we do is we close all windows. We kill this. It's not that one. Wait, this is the editor? Is there other Unity stuff? I wish people would stop writing applications in Node. No, that I know is just that. So I think I just have to kill the hub. And task. There we go. Unity winning. So I did a little bit of Unreal last night, right? A tiny bit of Unreal. And I was like, oh, I kind of miss the speed of Unreal. After every change, you have to relaunch the entire editor. But I was like, I miss the speed of changes in Unreal. Like testing changes in Unity is so slow compared to Unreal. Now I guarantee you that's something that's like unique to me though. Like it's just like having a system that's capable of doing Unreal at scale is going to be a thing, right? Wait, did I not attach this to it? I didn't. I'm an idiot. I use C# in Godot, and there is no reload. Yeah, there we go. In 7, the reload is supposed to go away. After they move to the new .NET. Interesting. Give me a second here. When is 7 supposed to come out? When is Unity 7 planned to release? Oh. 7 is expected to have an open beta release and sometime into is expected to bring significant overhauls to the Unity core, including new artist tools, rendering animations, world building, and shader authoring. Hmm. Who knows? Apparently, it's supposed to come out with a beta later this year, so I'm guessing it's supposed to be end of year. Unity's already working on Unity 7. Yeah, no kidding. Unity 6 is out. What you think was gonna happen? They were that was that was such a silly statement. uh, sorry, it's just fucking hilarious to me. It's like what did you what did you expect? They were just gonna like, oh, Unity 6 is out, therefore we can take a year off. And it's like, no, Unity 6 is out. Let's start on Unity 7. Although I think I understand I think I understand where they were coming from. It's more like Unity 6 is out, let's work on 6.1, right? But I think it's more Unity 6 is out, let's work on 7, and 7's going to be the next next big release. And then like 6.1 and stuff like that is all going to be probably like small iterations for a long, because 6 is supposed to be a long term, right? So like I think the major version is the long term, and then the minor version is the fixes on top of that major version. Yeah. So that's kind of what I was thinking, was like that it would be like, hey, we're now releasing 6. 6 has all the major, like 6 has all the features are frozen, right? But we'll do updates, right? Yeah. So it's like 6 is new. Every major version, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are going to have like actual new features. And then 6.1 is just going to be like a more stable version of 6. Right. Although I don't know why they haven't moved to like 6.1 with some of the releases, right? I guess they're not like breaking changes enough or something like that. Like I don't know what's going on with this. They're like I don't like their numbering system. But I know why they did that, like why it's 6,000. And it's because we were at 2022. So they're just like, we're going to bump it to 6,000, and this is no longer going to be a year. It's just going to be a number. But they shot themselves in the foot with that one. They probably would have been better off bumping it to because we've got 4 major version releases until they've got to bump the number up or loop around. Here's what I think they should have done, right? For these numbers here, right? This is just my take is I'm just going to dismiss this ad. What I think they should have done is they should have kept with the 2022 or 2023, 2024, whatever. And then they should have just called it Unity 6. Well, it solved the problem. like like okay, because like this number here is meaningless, right? The only reason it held meaning for people before was that like this was how you would tell people what version of Unity you were on, right? Now the meaningful version is 6, right? And these small iterations don't like they're not meaningful in the like if I write something for Unity 6, it's supposed to run across all versions of Unity 6, barring a major bug, right? And that's like the only situation where it matters is like a major bug. And in that major bug, as long as you've got the number here, you can figure it out, right? Like it's not even difficult to figure out. But yeah, if these were just like Unity 6, right? And all you did was bump this to keep this going the way that it is and just call it Unity 6, there would have been no like this didn't have to be that like that, right? Like at all. I should probably remove this, right? But I'm going to leave it for now. Sorry. Why does this not receive my to my thing? Truckcoon authoring ragdoll data. I didn't think that I cared about ragdoll data. Is that how I'm storing that? Oh no, it is ragdoll data. Yeah. Wait. Where is ragdoll data? Ragdoll data is supposed to be a. No, that's ragdoll data there. Wait, where is my tag being attached? I'm not attaching it. That's why. This is not being used. I don't think this is actually being used anywhere. I shouldn't say anywhere, but like it's not being used in the place that it's supposed to be being used. Ragdoll data authoring. Here we go. And then we do this needs an add component entity. And then this is the Destrian alive tag. And we do new. Just like that. There we go. So I found something out last night. I found something out last night that that I think is kind of interesting. So when I'm doing UE, right, I kind of like having Copilot. When I'm using Unity, Copilot slows me down. So if you're using Unity, Copilot bad. If you're using Unreal, Copilot is okay. Okay. At best. Okay at best. So the code that is generated for Unreal is not super usable, and it has to be, you have to change it. If you do not change it, you are going to have a terrible time, right? So you cannot just trust Copilot to produce code that is usable for Unreal, right? The code for Unity actually comes out okay, right? The code quality for Unity is better than the code quality for Unreal from Copilot. But Unity's yeah, so huh? Yeah. Unreal's Copilot code is like 90% wrong. It's really bad. It should never be trusted, ever. It is so rare that the Copilot provides you code that actually works. I just want AI to fill my method parameters and fix my spelling. There is something that Copilot is really good at in Unreal, and it's instantiation. And this is the only thing that Copilot does right. And even then, it's like 75%. It will do it 75% of the time. Yeah. The Unity code is usable, but still needs work, right? You still need to do work. Work required. Right? Like you still need to do work. But it's like on general code, this might be like this here might actually be like 80% of the way. Code gen, right? Works like it's like 80% of the way there. But in Unreal, it's like the code generation for the vast majority of it is maybe 10% if you're lucky. Maybe 25. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt, say 25. We're looking at like 10 to 25% of the time code that Copilot is capable of producing for Unreal is actually usable code that will actually run without an error. That is not the reason, because Unreal C++ is effectively C#. The reason being is go try and find open source projects that are using Unreal C++ and not Blueprints. Go find good code bases that are using Unreal C++. Right? And they do not exist. You can find lots of C++. There's a lot of C++ out there that you can use, right? And there's a lot of C out there that you can use. So these two languages as a whole could probably be fairly decent, right? Python's pretty okay too. Like Python, the thing that you've got to always look at is like how much is there, right? Because effectively all Copilot is it is trained on all of the code that they could possibly find for that language, right? So the more code it's being able to find for that language, the better its results are going to be. And that's why Unity's C# is so good compared to Unreal, is because there's so much of it out there. And there's like nothing out there for Unreal C++. People, it's because anything that people share, they do blueprints with. And so like the attitude in the Unreal community, right? And this isn't like a knock on them, because it makes sense, is that effectively if you're an indie, right? If you're an indie, use blueprints. If you're a AA or a AAA, the higher you go on this list, right? So in indie, the higher you go on this list, the more C++ you should be using. And that's the attitude in the Unreal community. It's a very simplified version of the attitude, but it's the attitude in the Unreal community. Because there are people in the, so I will break a hard truth for you. Unreal, if you want to do networked gameplay in Unreal, you have to do C++. There is no way around it. If you want to make an actual good game with networked multiplayer or any networking at all, you have to do C++ and you cannot get around it. Right? Blueprints, you can hobble something together and it will work. It will work and it will perform at what most people care about, but it will not perform properly. For example, you cannot do proper sprint. You cannot sprint in a networked game with blueprints because blueprints cannot handle sprinting correctly. Right? But people are like, blueprints can do everything. BP can do everything. And people latch onto that, and it's just like, blueprints can technically do everything. They're not wrong. It's just like, should they do everything? And it's like, no. Everything's a scale though. Like everything should be a scale. If you're releasing a production application to Steam, right? Like if I go out and I'm like, I want to build this game, right? And I'm going to use UE. And I'm going to publish it to Steam. And I want to make an actually good game. This should be a mixture of C++ and blueprints. Right? Because even if we look at AAA is C++ and blueprints. BP. Right? They use both. Fortnite uses both. Rocket League uses both. Every single game that Unreal Epic releases uses both. And why? Because blueprints have a place, a time and a place, and C++ has a time and a place. Right? Now, I feel like a lot of the people that and then like a lot of people use C++, Unreal being C++ as like a reason to use Unity. They're like, oh yeah, and Unity uses C# and C# an easier language. So Unity's easier because C# is an easier language. And it's just like, but like UE C++ has full memory management for you to the same degree as Unity's C#, right? You have to do the same level of memory management on both of these. So the only difference is that you have raw pointers here and you don't here. There you go. We solved the problem. You have pointers. Pointers are complex enough that you should use Unity over Unreal. Right? Now, if you enjoy writing C# over C++, Unity is a better option than Unreal. Absolutely. And if you enjoy writing C++ over C#, there's no reason to use Unity. You should use Unreal. And, like if you just prefer the way Unity does things over the way Unreal does things, then use Unity. And if you prefer the way Unreal does things, then use Unreal, right? Unless you have a reason to switch, like I did, between these two, these are equal, in my opinion. These are equal. They are equal engines, right? You can do the same thing in both of them. When I did C++ in Unreal, I did not find it that hard, except finding what I need to use for their APIs. Yeah, that's like the hardest part. In my opinion, the hardest part about getting started with Unreal C++ is instantiation, and Copilot will help you take care of that. So once you instantiate things, everything is easy from that point on. Right? But actually figuring out how something needs to be instantiated is like actually the difficult part in Unreal. Unreal C++, hardest part, instantiation. You get past that hurdle and everything's easy. That's like with every single one of my tutorials that I did on YouTube about Unreal. For C++, I focused on instantiation, and then like everything else was like glazed over because it was just like, if you can't figure out how to change a fucking variable in C++, then you've got bigger problems. Like if you can't find the variable that you need to change, that's a problem on you, dude. It is in the docs, but for me that's bad because I have no idea what I'm looking for. Uh so this is effectively the doc. Like this is what you're looking at, right? Stuff like this. Like this is it. Right? These are it gives you your methods, any variables and stuff like that. So if we go to the A character API. Is this even no, this is get character, sorry. We go to this one, right? If this actually no, but they're the same. That's what I'm saying is this and this are the same. There's literally no difference. This I think because this one doesn't actually have variables attached to it, right? And that's probably why it doesn't have a variable section, but like this is it. Here you go. These are all of your variables. These have meanings. So this is a U property, which means that it's available in blueprints. This says that it's protected or public. This tells you if it's transient or not. Blueprint read only, right? Category. Yeah, so like all of this information is here. So these are all the variables that you have access to if you are holding a this is not a character. No, this is a character. If you're holding an A character class object in memory and you access it, you have access to these variables, right? Provided that they're public and not protected, right? If they're protected, you need to override, like you need to create a way to access them, right? And then here's your constructor, which is largely useless because this is not how you initiate this, right? Like you can, but like this isn't traditionally how you would initiate this thing, right? And then you've got all of your functions. There. And then this is a list of things that are overridden from the pawn and overrides from the actor and the U object. And then the nav agent interface here. So like you've got all of this stuff, right? And I can be like, oh hey, like server move dual no base validate, right? So like I've found things like uncrouch, stop, jump. I was just like, oh, this is a thing, right? Like this is actually there. I found things that people have made complex tutorials about by actually just reading this, right? Where it's just like, oh, this is actually just not really a problem, right? Like some of this is like, oh, it's taken care of for you. You just have to figure out how you're going to access that value or access that variable, right? And I think that I found like the jump thing for double jump by like scrolling through it to find out that hey, there's actually a variable there. Right? Like can jump is a variable. You don't have to do testing for it. Can crouch. Can jump internal. Right? Like you've got a lot. You look at some of the more advanced stuff and you can see it more. Some are documented, some are not, is what I found. They should all be documented. So Unreal's really good about documenting their code like this. The problem is that like it's not searchable. It doesn't search well because they've mixed it with the blueprint stuff. And Google has over indexed blueprints for Unreal because that's what everybody's actually looking for. So it makes it harder to find. So it is harder to find, but the documentation is absolutely there. But yes, absolutely harder to find. And they've made changes recently that actually just make it even harder. Because like it actually there used to be like a little thing here, and you could isolate it just to the C++ code, and it would give you that, and you could like search for things a little better. But then they changed this documentation thing for for 5.4, I think it was, that they changed it. And now it's like super hard to actually fucking just do anything. It's just so bad. But yeah, no, it's all documented. It's just a matter of finding it. And you can always read the source code if it really comes down to it, right? But that's also kind of like the mentality of the Unreal developers, is go read the source code. Because like the source code's there, it's available. So I don't know. I have my gripes with it. I was mainly doing the gas stuff and source code, and docs bugs me. Oh, that's because the docs for gas are terrible. Yeah, absolutely god awful. Fucking terrible. Gas documentation doesn't exist. What is gas? You know, it's a problem when like a large portion of the industry doesn't even know that gas exists, right? Like if you've got a bunch of people that don't know that gas even exists, then you've got to, because it's such a useful thing. And it's like most people don't even know it exists. Yeah, no, gas is probably one of the most poorly documented things I've ever seen in my life. Must be marked as read only. It is marked as read only. But it's also not required. Oh, wait, we might still want to do this. There we go. This is not firing correctly. Is this not a trigger? Is that the problem? Uh, does this look wrong? Yeah, am I just being crazy? Yeah, Chrono, I agree that the gas documentation doesn't exist. I don't see anything. Yeah, I didn't see anything either. And we're just like, what the fuck? So my trigger event is not working? Oh, wait, you know what? Is it a custom tag? No, it's not a custom tag. It's probably... This is player? Yeah. Here. And then if I come down to here and I look at this has collision filter on. 5 truck cone. What is this? Okay, so I don't think I have the collision set correctly on the truck. Which the truck needs the collision set correctly over on here, which is belongs to nothing, and then we say truck cone. And then collides with, we'll say everything. That's fine. Then can we do that for, yeah, here we go. Nothing, truck cone. And then nothing, truck cone. Yeah. Okie dokie. And then we want to come up to here and we want to apply all. There we go. Please, for the love of all that is holy, work. Oh, I forgot to check with her. I forgot to click on it. Where is it? Dots trigger. Oh, it's still not triggering. Yeah, still not triggering. I'm guessing it's this. The ragdoll lookup is causing me a headache. I think that's what's causing it not to trigger. Maybe. Oh, maybe. No, it's still not triggering. And we still have an error. What's our error? Player tag lookup. Yeah, that one actually should be rate only. Would be like this? No. Would it be here? Can I mark something as like don't bug me about it? Like ever again? Like I don't care and I don't want to see it. In Rider, yeah? Okay. Give me a sec. Mm. It just says that the player tag needs to be marked user job data. Is it in user job data? Wait. Trigger event ragdoll job. What? Attempted to access the component lookup read only, which has been What do you mean invalidated by a structural change? It's a fucking tag. It should never change. It has no value. There's literally no value attached to it. Thanks. I could resolve. Oh, wait. Where's that update? This is ragdoll data. I don't care about that. Required for update? No. It's pedestrian alive tag. Okay, so the player tag lookup. We need to find the player. Wait, what was it exactly in here? God damn it. I've got to hit play again because it overrid itself. Why does it hate me? There we go. Player tag. How is it being invalidated by a structural change? How can this be invalidated by structural change on something that never happens? What do you mean? Actually, this doesn't even need a lookup, to be honest. I think we should be able to do these are variables that we're passing in, right? This is the ragdoll system here. Can we do a get singleton? Get singleton. It's completely useless. All right. This is a lookup thing, right? But really what we want is the state itself, right? So if I do state dot get single get no, we have system API dot get singleton. And then here we can say the player tag. And this will return back a player tag. And then instead of this being a lookup here, right, this could just be a player tag. Yeah, because like I don't actually care. This could just be a of player tag. Or no, this would be like an entity, right? When we call the get singleton. Get singleton get would it be system API dot get singleton entity. That's it. This is it. This is it. This is what we wanted. Player tag entity. And this is an entity. And we go to wherever this is. There. And this is player tag entity. And then this is entity. And then we come down here and we do this. And then that. And then what does this return back? An entity. Yeah. Okay. And then this here would be player tag entity. Okay, what's the error? To use this result, call the function on create. Oh, okay. And then honestly here, all we'd want to cache this, right? So like this would be internal entity player tag entity. And then on create, we would probably just want, can we access system in here? System dot get if player entity tag is equal to null. Look at that. See, it didn't even get it didn't fucking do the right thing. It's literally on line 57 and it's just like, I don't know what that is. There. Welcome back. There we go. If entity A is not equal to player tag entity and there, return. Then I want to do a debug.log. No player entity tag. And there we go. Then we can go like this. Player entity found. Can I do error? Can this be an error? Log error. Sweet. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. I fucking hope this doesn't. Yeah, we got rid of that. Sweet. That worked. Wait, if that worked, that means that it should have said it, right? It should have said it. It should have said it. Booyah. There it is. Pedestrian is alive. It should have set it to false. It did execute the trigger code. I don't know if it actually updated the state. It did. There we go. It updated the state. It worked. It worked. It worked. Mm. Do you know what that means? That means it's time to impulse an impulse to it. So you might be wondering why I do not plan on adding the code to trigger this, to spawn and fling the entity inside of here. And the reason being is because it doesn't matter in here, right? Like we can offload that to something else. Like have that as an extra thing where we actually just run on things that are dead. I wonder how you would pool entities. They're already pooled. What do you mean? They're already pooled. Now I want to test something because this is kind of my next thing is if I run this over twice, will it trigger twice or will it only trigger once because, we're only doing it once? Because I feel like this should only trigger once, but it doesn't. It triggers so many times. Holy shit. Excuse me. Hmm. So here, requires that a specific component. This also includes any components added. You drive around. You play as a truck, tasked with driving around a city to isekai people into another world to save those worlds. So you are Truck-kun. And you isekai people by To send people to the other world, you run them over. Makes walking entities. It reuses them instead of destroying them. So I'm not entirely sure how they're getting the animations over, right? But effectively, the the entity database is just a giant pool, right? And you're querying the pool, and it's structured in such a way to make queries fast and efficient. But the queries are by type, right? And in some very rare cases, it's by state type, right? We'd make a pool so when we don't need it right now, we just deactivate it instead of destroying it, and just reactivate it instead of initiating a new one. Yeah, so effectively that's what I'm doing with the tag. So I'm not looking to destroy it. I'm looking to toggle the tag so it doesn't get processed. Oh, cool. You're using dots. Yep. The entire game must take place inside of dots. I was thinking for the crowd. So for the crowd, I'm not sure how he's doing it because I haven't looked at his code. That's a bit more challenging because like it might not be worth it to go through the struggle of building out a spawning system for that, right? Because like I'd have to spawn them somewhere. Because we don't want them active. Like we don't want them in the world. Right? So we want them unactive. And then we'd have to move them and flag them. We'd have to move them, turn things on, ragdoll them, then after a time move them back. And if that's not a performance thing that we need to care about, then there's no point in doing it, right? So I don't want to prematurely optimize that. So we'll start by just spawning in new ones for the ragdolls because they're short lived, right? And we're spawning in like a maximum of maybe like 10 to 20 of them at a time, and they only live for a short amount of time. So like, yeah, we could like they don't get me wrong, they are heavy, but like they're cached, right? Their entire system gets cached into the entity component system, so it might not really be so much of a problem. Don't make garbage has been hammered into my head. Well, it's so don't make garbage is a good is good, right? Like you don't want to make things that are actual garbage. But like not doing a pooling system and like stuff like that doesn't equate to garbage, right? Because it's not necessarily garbage code, right? Because code is relative, right? If you're trying to eke out by garbage, I mean making GC. Oh, right. I forgot about the GC. Yeah, no. It's very possible and very likely that it's going to have to go into a pool at some point. I just try to avoid doing things prematurely because like it might never be a problem. it might be a huge problem and I might have to go back and do it, right? But because like the garbage collector presents itself as a stutter, right? Yeah, so we'll find out. We'll find out in the future. Yeah. I don't know, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely different things that we have to think about when it comes to like C++ and C# and stuff like that and different languages. But yeah, no, that makes sense because like it's a timed garbage collection, right? That that type of system's not as prevalent on in Unreal, I don't think. It's still there, don't get me wrong, it's still there. There's still like a stutter for garbage collection in Unreal. It's just not very prevalent. Yeah, but Unreal has a GC. Unreal has a garbage collector. It has memory management and a garbage collector, right? That's why when people like that's why I say that like Unreal C++ is closer to C# than it is regular C++. When people try and conflate when they're like C++ is such a hard language to learn, and it's just like, yeah, but Unreal C++ isn't. I mainly use C++ with Raylib. Yeah, Raylib's great. I want to get into Raylib at some point. But I don't know if Raylib's the right way to do what I want to do. Because like eventually I want to do I want to make like large multiplayer games. Right? Like when I say large, I mean like large by number of player count on the server. But I need to get the foundation, like the game dev foundations down before I start that. For like how things work. And I gotta say, Unity's probably better than Unreal for that. So I'm kind of happy that I've made a bit of a switch to Unity because Unity like forces you to tackle those hard problems or those harder problems, right? Yeah, but Unity is arguably better for MMOs than Unreal is because of dots. Dots is better for MMOs than anything that Unreal has at the moment. Although the entity component system coming into Unreal will make it better than it currently is for um, MMOs. The biggest issue is that like you need something. Fishnet networks. I am not familiar with fishnet networking. Yeah, I would not use that. Doesn't Dots have its own networking stack? I would just use that. Or program something myself, right? But the idea is that like an entity component system is kind of required for an MMO. I've been watching Cherno's C++ Vulkan tutorial. Maybe worth looking into if that's your interest in making games in a lower level way. Yeah, no, I've watched his stuff as well. I might go down that, like I haven't decided where I like what tooling I want to build myself eventually. But at the moment the goal right now is to get games out and learn that way because I find that that's probably that seems to be a better way for me to learn, right? Did I open up a Git thing? I opened up a Git thing, didn't I? I need to get motivated to do game dev again. It can be hard. That's one of the reasons why I stream. I need to filter this. This needs to be filtered. I need to filter this out. And I need to figure out how to filter this. Because the dot schedule doesn't work. Right? So filter? No, query? So this does only run, right, when it happens, but we also want to filter out this so we only get ones that, one sec, dots schedule. Let's schedule parallel. That's not really what we want. We need the regular schedule. Can we schedule this with parallel actually? Let's try. No, we only have schedule. Schedule. And I don't think we have the ability to filter further. This job. Trigger events. Can I do a filter on this though? Unity dots filtering. Handle input dependencies. I don't know if we can do any level of filtering here. Like I think this might actually just be stuck here. I want to say that the on create is required, but I want to know how on create ends up working for an I system. Unity I system on create. Let's start running to do that. Wait, that's not what I wanted. It was the required for update. That's what it is. And state is system state. System event, initialize the system and data before usage. Job entity chunks create called every frame as long as the system has work to do for information on what determines when should run system. Reports whether the system satisfies the criteria to update. This function is used internally to determine whether the system on update function can be skipped. Here we go. Yeah, entity query. If a system has a required matching query for update attribute, it will update if an entity query it uses matches existing chunk. The chunk also uses is empty ignore filter. So all queries may be empty if they use filters or enable components. Note, other factors might prevent systems from updating even to do. Okay, so I want to do the required for update effectively, right? The required for update, but I want to do that with a Unity required for update. And I want to use the, where is it? Pedestrian alive, enabled component state. Enabled component filter. required for update deliberately doesn't consider a component's enabled state. No, I use tag components like you say. There is no built-in way to do this with enabled components. I personally have a mechanism for it in my framework, but otherwise, oh, you know what? It's probably due to what would it be? It would be due to speed, right? Like it's performance optimization. I guess I could state required enabled for update function. Damn. Okay. So if I have this, sorry, give me a second here. So if I have this, I guess this doesn't matter, right? Unity dots disable trigger after disable trigger. Actually, what if I do this? Give me a second here to do. Okay, so we have the entity, right? And what we want is it's a physics object or something like that, right? Simulate physics collider. Yeah, it's the physics collider. Which is part of physics shape. Which if we edit script, we can jump to here, and that's the physics authoring. Yeah, you kind of got to pick one. It kind of sounds like Unity might be the way to go for you, to be honest. This is the collision response. Mhm. So this is part of physics authoring. We come down here. There's a bunch of other stuff. Where's the baker? Is there no baker? I don't think there's a baker. There's no baker. Interesting. God damn it. Ooh, excuse me. So I guess give me a second here. I got to think about this. So we have this. We can get rid of this now. Player entity found. So we can remove this now. Remove this. We know that it's applying the tag. We do not want to remove the tag because that would cause slowness. Excess slowness for no reason. Because it would be cheaper just to like keep it. And then I guess we don't really need this. But this schedule here, can we do something to a job? Job filters. Unity dots job filters.
Hello everybody and welcome to today's video. I hope you're all doing very well. So today I'm going to be expanding off the previous tutorial video just a little bit where I showed you how to filter out entity queries by a shared component. So I'm going to be showing you another way to filter out your entity queries in Unity ECS using what's known as the change filter. Now, you don't necessarily need to see the shared component video before you watch this one. I'm just saying it's kind of like a similar concept, but I do think that that is a good video and it does bring up some good topics about data-oriented programming in general. So I highly suggest you go check that video out after this one. I will leave a link up in the card as well as in the description below. So anyways, back to change filters. So based off of the name, you may have some indication about what this does and how it can be used to filter out entity queries. However, there are some quirks to it and it may not work exactly as you think it does. I know it works a little bit different than I initially thought that it would. So today I'm going to be giving you an explanation about how exactly it works, when is the best time to use these change filters, and I'm actually going to be showing you how to implement it using this little JRPG style battle scene that you see playing behind me. Anyways, if you do find today's video helpful and you learned something, really appreciate it if you hit that like button. Also, feel free to subscribe to the channel for lots more videos about Unity's entity component system and the data-oriented technology stack. Of course, if you do have any questions for me or suggestions for future videos, you can leave those down in the comment section below or join us over in Discord over at tmg.dev/discord. So let's kind of start at the top. What is the exact purpose of change filters in ECS? So basically, this is when you want to process a group of entities when an entity that has that component that you're basically filtering against has changed since the last time the system has ran. Now, if you pay close attention to that statement, then you might see that change filters don't work exactly the way that you might think they would. So I know the way that I initially thought that change filters would work is if you changed any data on a certain component, that change filter would only filter out for those specific components. Now, that's not exactly the case. What it really means is that if one component on one entity changes, anything that has that component that changed will basically fall under that change filter. Now, furthermore, if a component is just open for write access, but the actual data values are not changed, it still will actually be marked as changed and fall under that change filter as well. So it basically only tracks when a component is open for write access. So for example, if you set the component through an entity manager, or even if you just pass in the component to a for each statement using the ref keyword, which of course opens it up for write access, even if you do not actually change any of the values on it, we'll still mark that component as changed. And don't worry if you don't totally get this right now. When I go to the tutorial section of the video, I'm going to be showing you exactly what all this means in a practical sense. So the way we can apply change filters is using the dot with change filter. So it's very similar to like a dot with all or a dot with any that I believe I went over in my tags video just a couple weeks ago. And the documentation states that you also must include any component types that you use in the with change filter, either as parameters of your for each job or using a with all statement to basically guarantee that the entities that you're filtering against actually has that component. Now you can actually pass up to 2 component types inside the with change filter, but this basically tracks if one or the other has changed, not if both of them have changed. And so again, I'll show you what this means in a practical sense when we get to the tutorial section of the video, which happens to be right now. All right, so here we are over in Unity, and I basically created this little JRPG style battle scene. So basically the idea is when we press the 1, 2, 3, or 4 keys, this corresponds to the enemies here, this plant, scorpion, bat, and bird. And then basically the knight is kind of our main character. So basically the idea is like if I hit the 1 key, it's going to go ahead and attack the plant, and then his health is actually decrementing in the back end. But we want it to update this actual slider for his health to actually decrease when we do attack him. So we can actually use change filters, so we're not like updating our UI every single frame. We're only updating the UI when the actual value has changed. So this is definitely one of the main use cases for change filters, is using things like UI and other managed data components where we need to maybe do a little bit less inefficient coding by integrating with some older features of Unity, but we can limit the amount of times that we actually call those functions by using change filters to only update those when they actually need to be updated. All right, so for starters, here's the battle system. I'm just going to show you off this real quick. I'll kind of hit away some of the enemy setup here. It's just kind of some ugly code that we don't really need to worry about. By the way, all the code and project files for today's video are going to be available using the links in the description below. And then over in the onUpdate function, here's where we define an entity for the target entity. And then in this input region here, you basically see where I have, if we press the 1 key, then the enemy 1 is going to be the targeted entity. Same thing if we press the 2 key, 3 key, 4 key, and so on. Otherwise, if we don't press any key, we'll just go ahead and return out of here. So then here, we're just going to go ahead and grab the enemy's health off that target entity that we just got. And then as you can see, here we're just going to take the value and we're going to decrement it by our attack power. Of course, we're just going to go ahead and have to set that component data back onto that entity so the changes are actually reflected. Now, doing this right here is going to mark that enemy health data type as changed, so that in another system, say this update health UI system, we can actually filter against the enemy health data components, and when it's changed, we can actually go ahead and run our logic to update the UI. So the way we actually do this in the onUpdate function, we're going to do just an entities.forEach, but before the for each, we're just going to go ahead and do a dot with change filter. And you can see here inside the type brackets, we can define a data type that we would like to basically filter out.
Can I do 1 second? I want to see something. So if I come up here, so the schedule itself, and this is the job, right? So this is just doing it on everything. No, this is only doing it on as we run over. I guess like it doesn't matter. So what we could do. Yeah, so this just exits out. Then we just do this. Then what we can do here is if actually it doesn't matter. This is gonna execute so fast that it doesn't matter anyways. I'm worried about the wrong thing. Okay, let's get back to what we were actually doing. So all we want to do is we want to create another authoring script. Oh, sorry, another system script, right? Add do dots, and we want an iSystem. Ragdoll. Actually, wait, no, we can just do it in here, right? Yeah, it kind of makes sense just to do it here. Ooh. Public partial struct ragdoll spawner system. iSystem. Internal. I don't know. Let's just start with an on update. It is an on update, right? Yeah, on update. Burst compile on update. Just gonna come along and borrow this. We are going to need the player tag, so we can grab that and we're gonna just copy this, right? You can also borrow this. Actually, wait. Here. Did I do the yeah, the entities there. And then we want the on create. First compile. We don't need this right now. And then we don't need any of this at the moment. Because we don't actually care about that stuff right now. So this is all we care about. We go on create here. We do state.get no, okay. Okay, so here's our on update, and effectively what we want to do is we want to query. Give me a second. Query for set to false. It's so bad. I was really hoping that it would be able to do that. Western mover. We're just gonna borrow those. Yeah. Interesting.
Against. So in this case, it's going to be the enemy health data. The next step, I'll just go ahead and go on to another line, and here's where we're going to actually do our for each function. And so here is where we'll define an entity just called E, and we're going to be using this just for a little bit of debugging later on. Next thing is we're going to need the enemy health UI. Now this is a managed data component, so we do not define it with the ref or in keywords. I will leave a link to in the description for another video that I made that goes over using UI in Unity ECS, and it goes a little bit more in depth.
Okay, this is gonna be in here.
Now playing it, this one does work perfectly, so I can click anywhere, drag it, and yep, it does generate the exact perfect square. However, this one is only working perfectly if you have the game scene over here set up exactly to full HD. If you switch to any of these other ones, for example, if you put it on free aspect, and now if we try, and no, it no longer works. It's off both on the starting point as well as the entire. What exactly is a unit? Otherwise,
I know that he gets this into. He moves this into jobs, right?
local transform this is going to include anything, even environmental objects. So let's make a tag component for units. Let's just make sure this code compiles. So let's just comment out this for a little bit. Okay, let's save. Now here, let's make our new model on the UI script, and let's make a function that is going to update the visual. So private void, let's call it just do a quick log. Okay, let's select the object. Let's attach a script and open it. Okay, so now here the first thing that we want is to store a reference to our visual. As always, let's keep our code in the form of the reference, and the answer is simply through the baking system. However, if we were to
Get entity.
just add an entity field directly up there. If we do this, if we save, if we look over here in the editor for the selecting, nope, it does not have that field. If we make something of type entity, it does not show up over here in the inspector. However, if instead of making an entity, let's make this of type game object, called the visual game object. Entities that have a select component, and now we want to grab the local transform for the select visual. However, again, it is the local transform of the visual entity, meaning it is not the one inside of this query. This query is basically going to give us the parent, but we want the local transform of the child visual. So the way that we grab a component for a different entity, the way we do that is we access the system API, and then we have a bunch of get component functions. We can do this one, which is just going to return our component. But in our case, we actually want to get the local transform to then modify it. So let's actually use this one, which returns a ref RW of that component. So let's call get component RW. We're going to grab the local transform component, and for the entity that we want is the one that is inside selected. Let's read the value and read the visual entity. So yep, this is going to be returning a ref RW local transform for the visual local transform. Okay, we have this one. And now with this we can simply make it visible. So let's the units that are selected reference that points to as fast as if we were just doing a query. But two things on that note. So first, this code isn't super complex. So even though it's technically going to be slower than if we weren't using this, technically it's not really going to be an issue. But in our case, we actually want to get the local transform to then modify it. So you can see, okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, error is normal with ref RO, and let's choose these. But again, it's just a burst error, so let's ignore it and play. And yep, it still says the exact same thing. By default, the component is going, and again, this component, we're going to go with ref RO, and let's choose the select component. Then let's also add it up here. Constructing, we are just looking for the unit component. So in order to be able to give orders just the select units, that's super simple. Just add a comma, and let's also include the select component. And again, like we saw by default, this query, one of them moves a entities that have the component enabled. So that's exactly what we want. And say something like this one, inspector. But for now, go in this. Now let's go ahead and save the prefab. Let's just increase around the Y by a little bit, like 0.1, just so it doesn't collide with the floor. Let's go ahead and save the prefab. And yep, all the units have that. Press on play, and yep, they all still work perfectly. So this seems like it's working. Our sprites are being rendered. However, it is not actually being rendered by dots. Like I mentioned in the first few lectures, only a few built-in components are automatically supported by dots. Mesh rendering works, so our meshes over here, those are being rendered by dots. Physics also works, that one is also running on dots. However, for rendering sprites, if we actually select one of these objects, so let's select this select game object, and we'll look over here for the components, and we see these strange components. Companion link, companion transform. Basically, this is what happens if you bake an entity with some component that isn't yet supported by dots. It creates all of these companion components, and what these do is essentially the game keeps both the game object and the entity both alive at the exact same time. The entity will simply drive the game object behavior. So this is working, but it's just not as efficient since we are basically back to using game objects. We have an entity, but the entity isn't. Then for the mesh, let's choose a default quad mesh. Go ahead, save the prefab, go back outside, and if there it is, all our units with all rendering being done, and we can select the selected, and yep, it does not have any of the companion components, it has the normal rendering components. Okay, so with this we have added the visual. Now let's show or hide it depending on whether the unit is selected or not, and it's actually an interesting problem to solve. Our visual is over here, it is a child object, meaning it's actually attached to a different entity than the one that has the select component. So as we are doing our query for the select component, we are going to cycle through just this parent entity, it is not going to cycle through the child one that has the visual. So as we select or deselect, and the answer is simply through the baking system. However, if we were to just add an entity field directly up there, if we do this, if we save, if we look over here in the editor for selecting, nope, it does not have that field. If we make something of type entity, it does not show up over here in the inspector. However, if instead of making an entity, let's make this of type game object, called the visual game object. If we do this, yep, now it does show up a normal game object field. So now we can assign it, and again, make sure you're working inside the prefab, so let's open, go inside the prefab, and over here now we can just click and drag the select game object. And yep, that works. Let's save, let's go back outside, okay? So now we do have this field assigned with the correct reference, and now the question becomes, how do we convert a game object onto an entity? And once again, thankfully, because of the baking system, the answer is super simple. We just use literally the exact same get entity function. So over here, when constructing the selected, let's assign down. So we're going to want to assign the visual entity, and over here we call get entity, and for the first parameter, we pass in the game object we want to convert. So let's go inside the authoring component, grab the visual game object, and then for transform usage flags, let's make it dynamic. And yeah, that's it. So this will basically take this game object and convert it onto an entity and assign that entity over here on the visual entity field. Now we can verify that this did indeed work. Let's save it. And over here in the inspector, again, make sure you drag the reference, but make sure you drag it from inside the prefab. And now if we select one of these entities over here in our hierarchy, and if we go onto runtime mode, again, select bug, let's select a different one, and there you go, it does show up. And now we scroll down, and if there's our selected, and we can indeed see it does have a reference to the selected entity. That's the entity with ID 129, so we can manually go inside this one, select the selected entity. Yep, entity, it is indeed 29. All right, awesome. So with this, we have a component, and that component does have the correct reference to the visual entity that we want. Now with that, we have all the info we need in order to show or hide it. So let's make a system to do just that. So on our systems folder, let's right click, go into create a new UI system, make this the selected visual system. And over here on this one, let's cycle through all the entities that have a selected component. So we're going to do system API.query, so the same thing we already saw. Let's grab the selected just for reading. We don't need to write anything to it right now. Let's grab the select component. So that's going to be our query, and let's put this inside the for each for the ref RO of our selected component, and we have the selected in this query. Okay, so this is going to cycle through all the entities that are selected. Again, keep in mind that whenever you include a query, it is only the entities that have that component, and the component is enabled. Then for actually showing or hiding, for that we're going to be playing around with the scale on the local transform. So let's go here onto the select component, and let's also define a field for the show scale, basically how big we want this to be. If we want to hide it, we're going to put it on 0, but if we want to show it, let's put it on something, and let's also expose this over here and pass it in on the baker. Okay, like this. Let's say this.
Oh my god. Unity dots filters filtering I fucking things. Sorry. Filtering a ragdoll authoring. That's not what I wanted. Fuck. Where'd it go? Physics body authoring? No. Physics shape? No. I trigger pedestrian. This one. Filtering. Filtering for jobs. There we go. Get component. This isn't a job. This isn't running it as a job. Querying enabled components. New query builder. Wow, they don't even schedule it. Hey Don, how was your stream yesterday? I was lurking for a bit. Enable component overview entities. I check if a component is enabled in a job. Simple example of using enabled components. It was good, easy. Oh, wait, what was the sponsored thing? I wasn't able to like listen because I was working, so. Also, congrats for the on the sponsorship, man. I just found a front-end program, Scrimba, someone I've been partnered with for a while. Oh, nice. What is Scrimba? I haven't looked into it. I saw something about it, and that was kind of like where I started and stopped. Oh, this is like right up your alley. It's like a learning thing for front-end stuff. That's cool. I wonder if anybody will ever reach out for me. And boot dev for backend. They're good programs. That's good. I should probably at some point get into some front end stuff. I don't have anything that I would want to reach out for. Is the problem. But it's the problem I run into is that there's nothing that I would reach out for, right? Like if I was doing web dev a little bit more again, I'd probably try and reach out to DigitalOcean and see if I can get sponsored by them. I've chatted with the JetBrains people, but they don't really sponsor people. Well, the issue is that there's kind of not, right? Like, so like I was using Unreal, now I'm using Unity, so it has very different communities, but that's fine. But there's not really outside of JetBrains, I'm not really sharing any tooling. JetBrains is like the only tooling that I really use outside of like Unity or Unreal. And Unreal's not going to sponsor me. To do streams on them. They sponsor and bring on people, but usually they do that for like maybe, but like I don't know what I would do because like I don't really use the courses for Udemy, right? So like I'd have to go potentially like I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm trying to figure out what I would do, right? So like I don't know, like as far as like things that I actually use, right? And it's like there's not a whole lot that I could get sponsorship for things that I use. Also, like I talk badly about Unity all the time, and Unreal. I talk down about Unreal too. I would look up like top 10 C# courses and reach out to any of them that have a strong reputation. Yeah, maybe. Like I think if I was to if I'm staying in Unity, the people that I would like want to support courses for are like CodeMonkey. There's a couple of them. CodeMonkey is somebody who I would promote, and there's another guy, and I can never remember his name. Unity tutorials. He should come up on this one. Unless he's been getting a lot of hate and is getting downranked or something like that. There's one guy, he's an older guy with a really big beard. Is it Unity MMO? Let's see. I'm gonna find this guy. There he is. This guy. His beard is not as big as I thought I remembered it being. Thought it was bigger. Jason Wiseman and CodeMonkey are the two people that produce the courses that I'd probably feel comfortable shilling for, right? Yeah, if he has a course, you could reach out to him. I'm surprised you don't do bi-weeklies or monthly video update videos on your game and put them out on your channel. I'm working on it. The problem is that like with Unreal, there wasn't anything to update with. That's like the biggest problem with the progress in Unreal is that it was like there was no updates to be had, right? Let's see. I don't think this isn't powered on right now. But yeah, this is like what I've stripped it down to. Just been editing this video out. It's like I still haven't figured out if I like the intro that I've got going here. But I know that it's going to have to change a little bit. Like I'm going to have to add some special effects or something to it because it's definitely not in a state that I'd be able to like that gets the message across. So I don't know what I need to put on the front. But effectively like and I might trim out all of this. But the idea is that like I'm showing that hey, I was working on this in Unreal and then it started crashing and I gave up and moved to Unity. Was kind of like the idea. You've been posting tiny video to do. Yeah, no, I plan on yeah, I could turn them into like bigger like smaller videos. This one got me right here. So this is me like setting up and learning the Unity vehicle system, only to find out that that it doesn't work in dots, and I'm required to use dots for it. So then I had to go and figure that out. But I think by the end of this week, the end of next week, I should have I should have a full port ready anyways. So then I'll be able to wrap up my port to Unity because I'll be in the same spot, right? For the most part, the same spot. So I was thinking of waiting and then just doing that. But yeah, no, I should probably try and put out more videos because I've got all the content, right? You want to grow your YouTube channel? You're not wrong. I have a game also that I'm working on at nights with a different guy, and we're gonna be starting a Patreon for that soon. And I have a feeling that based off of what the stuff that we know from that style community, we're probably going to make good money off of that game. It's not getting created. Well, so the night game I cannot make content about. That is a great way to get banned on YouTube and Twitch really fast. So that night game, I will be making I have to make an account on a different social video platform. A great the biggest Canadian video platform is the one that I'd have to make an account on. Yeah, no, I'll be posting it on Twitter and stuff like that, and we're gonna do a Patreon, and he does really good work though, the guy. I can show you some of his work though. He has minions because a lot of his work is actually okay to share. Here we go. Media. Yeah, so like he does a lot of miniatures for and stuff like that. This is the day Pseudo gets banned on Twitch now. So I'll be working with him and getting that stuff worked out. So and his Patreon is quite large. He's got 1,300 patrons right now, I think, or something like that, or 1,400. So yeah, once we get I think by the end of the first month of work with him, once he picks up work on it as well, and I pick up work on it, and we get to any part of it, we'll be able to start pushing it on social media and pushing Patreon and stuff like that. And then that's probably going to be a moneymaker. Historically, that style of game is a money-making device. Yeah, they apparently make a shit ton of money. But yeah, Gas and I are gonna get together and make this game, and I'm gonna do it nights. Yeah, I'll do it at night. I'll do it at nights after I'm done my streams and whatnot, and then if all goes well, then it was one reason I wanted to make that style of games. It's the only reason why, guys, I want to make that style of game. We are not players of that style of game. I have friends that are players. I have friends that are big players of that style. one of my friends has a habit of speed running them. He's quite good at it. But yeah, like we're gonna put something together. We want it to be good, and we want it to be. He wants to flex his muscles as a animator. Because that is what he does professionally. So he wants to flex his muscles on something interesting animation wise. And me being laid off, I'd like to have something that brings in money. So he wants to flex his muscles as an animator and do really intricate, very detailed, very complex animations. And it's allowed on Steam now. Yes, it is. It's been allowed on Steam for a very long time. But yes, this game will be allowed on Steam. It will be available on Steam eventually. Provided that we actually finish it, right? And the only reason we wouldn't finish it is if there's no market for it, right? Like if we're not seeing a turnaround on the Patreon page, we'll probably not continue with the game. Right? But I also think that like with his Patreon skills and whatnot, we'll be fine. I know that out of the two of us, I'm definitely going to be effectively like the bringer of the downs for our social network, our social platform, because I'm substantially smaller than him, right? Like so much smaller than him. Like when he streams, he's streaming to like 50 to 100 people. And his Patreon has like over 13,000 people subscribe to it every month and stuff like that. So he's doing good. And he's quite good at the social media stuff, and I'm quite bad at it, but he's got the animation chops. I can do the programming. We can make this work. Let's see here. So where was I here? Right. We wanted to do a job that filtered to do entity filtering for jobs, right? So we've got this. Here's the component. This is a pedestrian, right? And wait. Ragdoll data authoring. This is what we actually want. This doesn't even make sense. Ragdoll here. We want this. We don't need any of this. Let's just delete this. There, and then we go to the Ragdoll system here. We get the singleton there, and then we just need to do the job schedule. Actually, no, we're not doing it with a job. We're doing a for each, right? Because we want to do this on. We need this to be more stateful, right? For the spawning. Where's the spawner? Spawner system. Local transform. Pedestrian spawner. We want the pedestrian alive tag. Pedestrian alive tag. This is read only. Then we need the player tag information. Like we need the player tag lookup, right? Like the the lookup. One sec. Give me a sec. This we need to get the vehicle, right? Fetch the vehicle physics data. This is not it. Player alive, which is this one, which is system state. This here, public. So we need a system state, which we have right here. So this would be vehicle data, which would be, what is our vehicle data? It's the vehicle authoring script, right? No, we need the vehicle physics object. So this, okay, wait. We've got the player entity tag. Then we want the, sorry, give me a second here. So we have the player tag, and then we want system API dot get component, and we want the physics velocity. I think that's one of the one. I think that's what we want, right? Unity physics velocity. Physics mass. Yeah, physics velocity. Get physics velocity of player tag entity. And this would be a physics velocity. Vehicle physics velocity. Then we want the mass, which is true. There we go. That's what we want. And then we want the location. Local to world. There we go. And then if no, I think this should throw an error, right? At the very least, I think this throws an error. Get component. Give me a second. Yeah, okay. So we throw an error if that happens. There. Now we have this information, which means that we have this, which we can then do the pedestrian alive tag, right? And this we need to update it so it's without, right? So I think here we get rid of that, and then on the after the query we do with disabled pedestrian tag alive. There we go. There we go. Look at that. We're getting somewhere. And then here And I think because we have this, we can probably punt this into here. There. And then we need to effectively grab the details around that. We need to, the spawn here happens, right? Entity reference, right? So let's just spawn the one character, right? So to do entities reference here, pedestrian prefab, that's fine. Pedestrian ragdoll prefab. There we go. Then we come into here and we want to fetch this from here like so. We'll do this. There's our entity there. Then this would be value max pedestrians. We don't care about that. Don't care about that. That's fine. Entity. This is the local transform here. And then we want to apply physics to the pedestrian. So this would be a physics velocity and physics mass probably. Oops. There's our local transform. This does not need to be here at all. We can just delete that. Beautiful. And then this would be physics velocity. Pedestrian physics velocity, and then physics mass. And this would be read W? No. Read only. No. Wait. Yeah, no. We don't use either of those. There we go. So beautiful. Yeah, because we have to fetch the data from what we just spawned, right? And then we would apply this to it, right? But then we need the physics. I guess this would be pedestrian physics velocity dot linear, and then we give it a linear velocity. But I don't think that's right. Apply impulse. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Vehicle local to world. We get the dot locate. Ref, this parameter must be a value. Wait, what? Must be a value or type generic. What? get component. I think this needs to be get component read write. What's the issue here? Cannot convert source. One sec. What was that? Cannot. Oh, this needs to be a ref. Oh, wait. So is this like a ref read write here? Oh, it is. And dot apply dot value read write dot apply impulse. That doesn't feel right. What's the issue here? Ref this parameter must be a value. This value is a reference to an actual component data. It is safe to use this field directly. Wait, does this mean that we don't need get component? We can just do this. And then this. And then this is going to give me an error, right? Ref, this parameter must be a value type or a generic type constant. So what is this? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Like, there's definitely this is an error, but like, why is it an error? And maybe the Maybe the answer is when I do this spawn. Well, no, because like the issue is that we're spawning something during the runtime and then trying to apply physics to it, and I think that's the problem. So like I think what we do is we create this and we add a component to it. We add the component to it. We create this thing, right? So we've got a prefab, right? And we attach to it a like a ragdoll thing. No, we need to do it in a different system. This is a 3-system process right here. One to spawn. Okay, so we have one to spawn, one to apply. Although, you know what? Maybe your pooling might have been the right idea. Right? Like the idea of pooling it might have been the right idea. Just you store them off screen somewhere. Oh, what do you mean would be a first? Yeah, no, I think that's effectively what we need to do, right? Is all right, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. We just do this. Give me a second here. I got to think this through. All right, so we need another ragdoll. we need another ragdoll system here. Local transform. Local transform. Here we go. Is rag dolling. Is ragdoll. There we go. Now I could have 100 of them off screen just doing nothing. They never render. They're off screen. They don't matter. And then fetch, or sorry, yeah, fetch all entities with uh is ragdoll tag. Is ragdoll tag. Component set to false. as a starting point in dots. Yeah, we can take a look. Give me a sec. So I think the general answer is that like you just effectively just keep adding systems until it works. The starting point in dots. Don't do any pulling. Instantiation and destruction when done in batch is fast. Adding, removing / disabling components is a reasonable option to hide a bunch of entities of you want to maintain their state. You don't want to use entity query based on add / remove components to do this efficiently in batches as opposed. You want to use what if I need to do this based on a simple condition? Just check the condition inside the for each statement. This way you can still disable them by querying filters. Yeah, so effectively what he's saying here is what I'm doing. Right? So we're taking the filters, right? So like the idea is that this filter will here we fetch a ragdoll prefab entity and transport it to the current entity's position. And then because we're in the context of the current because we're in the context of the actually no, because it's yeah, because it already exists, then we can just do this. But then we don't need this. Like we don't need to spawn it because it's already spawned, right? But we need to fetch a singular single ragdoll prefab entity for transport. That's not what I want. One sec. If I do this, outside here, I wonder if this would work. I feel like the answer is no. No, I want to fetch it. Yeah, I want to fetch it. I'm gonna just fetch it. Give me a second here. Add impulse. Just do this. Fetch a ragdoll. Fetch a ragdoll. Tag entity. Not get singleton. Get find? No. Wait, we want to. Sorry, one sec. This comes down to down here, right? Where we've got the lookup. Component lookup. There we go. That's not what I wanted. One sec. Where did it go? Here we go. This is what I wanted. Is component was it with disabled? Is component enabled? Checks whether the rag is ragdoll tag. Is ragdoll ready? Ready tag. There we go. Okay, so this is this generates a component lookup of is ragdoll ready tags. Gets a safe reference to the component's enabled state. What is an enabled state? Component Unity dots component enabled state. Hmm. Local variable. Yeah, that's fine. That's not what I want. Hmm. I guess that's not the end of the world here. So if we do like there, and then we do a for each, right? To ref RO. We just want a query, right? Query state. What if I do state dot query? Get entity query. Dot. Wait. This is the system API query. Oh wait. Here's what we do. System API dot query. Query builder. Query. Query builder. This gives me a query, right? Yeah. Then we can do with disabled is ragdoll tag. Yeah. Sorry, give me a second here. Is ragdoll tag. Can I just do first? And this would return what? Or would this just be, would we just want to do a for each? And then ref RO local transform, sure. Local. Then we do the ragdoll. Ragdoll entity equals entity. What is it? It's we like actually need the local transform. Or would we just be able to do this? We do this. Would we be able? We still need that local transform, right? And oh wait, right. I think we just do this. Give me a second here. I know that I've got one in here with entity. No, not that one. Mm. Is it because there's two of these? Is that the problem? No. Okay, what if I do this for now? Oh, right. Local. And to see. Well, we definitely needed that. Now what? This would be ref read write. Reg ragdoll is ragdoll tag. is ragdoll tag. I think what we do is just this, and then we do the with access, and then an entity there. Okay, there we go. And then I think I've got one too many. Yeah, there we go. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like this. Local to world. I think this one is ref read write. Physics velocity, and this one's ref read only. Physics mass. I think we care about the. Yeah, I think we care. Do. And then there we go. Wait, what? Oh, value dot read w dot apply impulse. There we go. Right, we need to get the fucking hell. You gotta be kidding me. So let's do the anti-roll bar. This is what we wanted. Why does this not need a system API? What type of trickery is going on here? I think it's just, no, wait. Yeah, it might be this. No, that's already imported. Interesting. So this is complaining because it doesn't have it doesn't start with system API. I don't know why I require it in mine, but they don't require it in theirs. Struct iSystem. Yeah, I have no idea. This is a physics. RW. No, this is just a physics world. good job keeping the weight of my guy. I don't follow. Weight off my guy. Have I lost weight? I don't think I have lost much, if any, right? This requires a rigid body, right? I guess I did lose some weight. I put on a bunch of weight again, and I've been losing it again slowly. It's been fluctuating a bit. But thank you. The notify days. I don't even know how much I weighed back then. I didn't think I was particularly heavy back then, but I guess maybe I was. I don't know. So long ago, I don't remember. Holy shit, that was so long ago. Get the ragdoll rigid body index. To this doesn't need a physics mass. This just takes the ragdoll rigid body index. Okay, so this would we would get the dot product between get the direction between the get the inverse dot product of the vehicle and the pedestrian and the current entity position. I think it's this, right? Returns the That's not it. Dot. Sorry, dot. Because I think dot gives us the dot gives us a direction, right? returns the dot product of two values. What is a vector dot product? Dot product of a scalar product is in algebra. Takes two equivalent length. Math fun. So if I'm not mistaken, a dot product gives us the direction, right? Yeah, I think so. Give me a second. Let me put my headphones on. This is not the one that I wanted to click on. Oh no, I guess it is. What? No, this is the one that I wanted. That's also not the fucking can you do the thing, goddamn it, Google?
Professor Dave again. Let's find dot product.
He knows a lot about kinds of stuff. Professor Dave explains.
We now understand what vectors are, and we can do some operations with them. We can add and subtract them.
What is a vector dot product?
Suppose we have two arrows. Let's define the cross product of these two arrows to be a third arrow. The arrow representing the cross product is always exactly 90 degrees to the two original arrows. The length of the arrow representing the cross product is always exactly equal to the area of the parallelogram that is formed by the original two arrows. The cross product of two arrows plays a critical role in many areas of science and engineering. Another type of calculation that plays a critical role is what we refer to as the dot product of two arrows. The first arrow defines a line. This line and the second arrow form a triangle. Consider the length of this side of the triangle. Now, consider this length multiplied by the length of the first arrow. The result of this multiplication is what we refer to as the dot product. If the first arrow and the red arrow are pointed in opposite directions, then the dot product is negative. Whereas the cross product of two arrows is another arrow, the dot product of two arrows is just a number.
Wait, dot product produces an int or a float. Okay, so yeah. So it's not the dot product. Okay, that makes sense. So it would be this. There. It's the this gives us the difference, the direction. Direction. Get the direction between 2 points. Okay, so it is just subtract. I need to close a bunch of these.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
I think I closed a little more than I was initially going to. Target source. So this, and then get the velocity, vehicle velocity. Get the vehicle up vector. That's not it at all. Sorry, not the vehicle. Get up vector. Go to world dot up. Read only dot up. I'm sorry about that. I did not mean for that to happen. Mhm. And we'll say hit force of 10, that's fine. And then we would this would be the point would be the sorry, the local to world dot position. And then the linear impulse would be the force. We're going to see if this works. Is ragdoll. Right, and then we need to... Wait, did we delete the local to world? No, we didn't. Oh, wait. Local to world value read only.
If you ever need to determine if an object is in front of or behind another object, or if something can see the object, you can do it with these two simple lines of code. First, you need to determine the direction to the object from the thing that's looking at it. Then you need to get the forward direction of the object that's doing the looking to see what direction it's looking in. Then use vector3 dot dot with that forward and the direction to get back the dot product. The dot product will be a value between -1 if we're directly behind it, or 0.707 at a 45-degree angle, 0 if we're directly on either side, and a +1 if we're in front. Notice that the green line and the red line match up. It's actually giving us the distance along that normalized vector. Then we can use the values here to determine if something is in front or behind just by setting a threshold. 0.707 will give you 45 degrees. If this was helpful, let me know and I'll do more of these types of videos.
I like his stuff. I think he's very knowledgeable, but he did work in like the actual industry. I think he worked on an MMO, right? And he professionally he used to work in Unreal, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. I would argue Unity is probably better for MMO development than Unreal is. Just because there's so much in the way of an MMO in Unreal, and Unity has so much less in it that it's stripped down enough that it would be arguably a better choice, right? Because like an MMO requires very specific things, and Unreal gets in the way. One of them being an entity component system. Use level shunning system is nice. Chunking system is nice though, and you would need to make that for Unity. Yeah, but the Unreal getting in the way is, in my opinion, arguably a larger. Yeah, I think Unreal getting in the way of your systems is arguably a larger pain than that. Yeah, and I think that like the way UE works, it would probably be better to do the others, right? Not the system group, but the ragdoll. What was this one going to be? This is the, what do I call this? Ragdoll trigger system. Ragdoll prefab. No, we just use a prefab that would set all the component stuff for us. And what's this return? Yeah, this is an entity. There. And then we just need the prefab. That entity. Oh, I know that's ragdoll data, right? So we don't need that. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Okay, so this is the spawner, effectively. So this will have a yeah, okay, so this one is I don't think we care about entity here. Yeah, we don't. But we do care about ref RO local to world. Local to world. And then we want ref RO ragdoll data. Oh, right, because once we spawn, we need to not spawn again. So we do need the ref read write is ragdoll tag. Is ragdoll tag. There. This is ragdoll data. Value read only. Dot ragdoll entity. And this would be local to world. Oh, right. There we go. There. Is ragdoll tag dot set I think this ends up being like a system API dot component enabled. Would this be okay? Yeah, then we I'm gonna rename this because I don't like this name. Do rename spawn ragdoll tag. Better name, better name. And then I'm gonna take this here. No, that's the spawner. This one here, which is like the first thing that should happen. I'm gonna move this up to the top so we have order of execution. Even though they don't have to be in this order, but I think order of execution is going to be important. That way, when we're scrolling through it, we're not like, oh, hey, you know, like, where do I have to jump for this other thing kind of thing, right? So then if I go like this, there we go. So yeah, I collapse this. There's this one. And if I collapse this one, I think, yeah, there we go. Beautiful. The ragdoll spawner doesn't have anything, right? But this is the job. I'm going to take the job, the burst job, and move this up here. There. Wait. There we go. Yeah, here we go. That's better. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The many pots. Then we do the Then we do the ragdoll spawner system. And this doesn't need to be required here at all. I guess we don't need this at all. There. Then we could do the get fetch. What was it? It was up here. Give me a second. Yeah, it was this. It's being used up here, which is here, which is here. Then this is state. Read only false, yeah. Pedestrian, what we want this is the spawner ragdoll tags. And this is a component lookup. Spawn ragdoll tag. This is being done in the here. So we do something like this. Oh, this is the on create that we have to do this in. Okay, I see how this works. And come down here and do this. Do actually, do we even need it? No, because we're only passing through the one thing, right? Yeah, so I think we can just do this, right? Internal. And this would be the and then I can remove this, and then on create we would do the what we're doing down here, but in here. Oh, we do have to do it that way. Interesting. So we need that like update and everything. Oh, wait, no, wait, yeah. No, we do this on the on update. Actually, all right. So we're gonna borrow this because this is important. No, we don't need the tag. This is fine. This is the spawn ragdoll tag. Spawn ragdoll tag lookup. There. Excuse me. There we go. Now, if I go back up to the on update here, we do this. Inside of here. There we go. Boom. And then this would be how how was I accessing this again? Get singleton state dependencies. Actually, I guess I can handle it straight from here, right? So straight from the M component handles dot spawn ragdolls dot has component entity will sorry if, because we don't need to check for multiples, to false. No, true. Wait. This one is the ragdoll spawn system. Yeah. So not disabled. This needs to not be disabled. And then up here, when we do it, we need to make sure that it is enabled. do add spawn this is patch disabled. Hey, dots course monkey.
This, let's save this one, just set it in the editor. So here in the component, and the component is enabled. Then for actually and have a selected component, so we have any extra data and move positions later on. But for now, let's just enable this so we don't have any extra data and they show up over here on this special section. So this is one way we could handle the selecting logic. And basically for selecting units, we would add this component. Then for deselecting, we would simply remove this component. Now, technically that would work. However, adding and removing components is what is known in dots as a structural change. And that is something you should actually avoid as much as possible because it is a quite expensive operation. Basically, the way dots works in the background is it creates what are known as entity archetypes. So an archetype is a unique identifier. Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey, and here's my awesome 7-hour free tutorial video all about learning Unity dots and making an awesome RTS. The fun game has lots of units, lots of buildings and zombies. It has resources, fog of war, ragdolls, destruction, zombie hordes, and tons more. Here we have an error, and this. Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey. In this lecture is enabled, if so then it is not. Okay, so now here let's get rid of the create authoring component. We've got the baker, and we just add our component, which does not have it. And by the way, for making a new authoring component, we can create a model behavior script and go through that whole writing process. It should be like this, the anchor should be like this, everything like this. And showcase this one, and up here, and make it a serialized field like this. Again, and then selection area, call unit, this is going to be I component data. And for now, it's really just that's really it. This should be working. The only thing remaining is we need to deselect the units. We're really just going to deselect, create a brand new game object, call this the unit.
God damn it.
It should be around 10,000, so we know when the player presses a brand new canvas. Now I'm going to set it up like I normally do with archetypes. That is a resource intensive operation.
There we go.
You can see
Oh
now
my
just
God.
in the background. Adding or removing a component, which you get inside of it, that without having to read these, we don't need to add any extra. Now the way we make something as an regular bool inside one of these components, unlike that, if you have an enabled one component, it's called I enabled one component. And if that's it, we don't need to add any extra data. Just by adding this, it already works. Let's go ahead and save. Let's wait for it to compile and then look at the entity. And if there it is, there's our selected component. And now you can see it does have a nice checkbox. This checkbox lets us easily either enable or disable this component. And since the whole thing we're doing here is just flipping a Boolean bit, we are not adding or removing components. So because of that, setting this to whether it's selected or deselected will not trigger a costly structural change. Okay, so we have our nice enabled one component. Now let's see how this actually works inside a query. So let's create a simple testing system just to test out some things. So inside the systems folder, let's right click, go inside this one. And if you're seeing some errors, it's probably because your Visual Studio did not automatically write the using statement. So unit count, let's default to 0. Then basically that is inside using Unity Engine. Kind of like that, those components. And here we can see, okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, great, everything's correct. Now let's include our enabled component inside of this query. So one way to do that is to literally include it in the query. So here, let's add another component. We're going to go with ref ro, and let's choose the select component. Then let's also add it up here for the selected. Okay, yep, like this, let's test. And again, this burst error is normal. That is because we are doing a log on that value. But again, it's just a burst error, so let's ignore it and play. And if it still says the exact same thing, by default, the component is going to be enabled, so it makes sense that it still says the same number. Although actually, we can modify this. So over here, we can add the new select component, but if we wanted them to default to being not selected, for that, over here, we can call set component enabled. This one pass in the entity, so our entity, and then let's set it as false. And for passing the component type, we just need to use generics, so passing the select component and set it as false. So let's save. And yep, now they show 0 units. And if I select one of those units, and over here in the inspector, make it in runtime, and we can see over here it's selected, and we can manually toggle this box. And as I toggle, either
I
goes down
just
this one, down again,
realized
and goes down
something.
0.
I'm doing something wrong. Okay, so I have a question. Right, we have ragdoll dead. We have the pedestrian alive. Should we spawn a should we spawn a pedestrian on an alive? Oh wait, no. Right, because we have one sec. Yeah, never mind.
0. So yeah, that works. And again, remember, one very important thing is how whether this one is toggled or untoggled, the entity still has this component. It still belongs to the exact same archetype, except now this component is simply marked as either enabled or disabled. And by seeing the number 0 here, we're actually already seeing another interesting thing. Over here in our query, we're querying for everything that has a selected component, but note how if it is disabled, this one actually says 0. That is because this query over here, when we query for something with a selected component or any enablable component, when we do that, that entity is only included within this query if that component both exists and is enabled. So if the component is disabled, this code will not run for that entity. It needs to be present and needs to be enabled. Alternatively, if you wanted to query for entities that have a enablable component but have it disabled, if so, then instead of this, let's get rid of that one and this one right here. Okay, back to what we had previously. Now we can add the option with disabled and pass in the component, so selected. So let's select this. And yep, there it is, 8. Now that query is only included entities that have that component disabled, and right now by default all of them are disabled. If I set this one as enabled, there you go, now it says 7. So like this query will only apply to entities that have the component and have it disabled. If it does not have the component or the component is enabled, if so, then it does not run this logic. And yet another thing we can do is simply query if the component exists on the entity. So for that, we can use with present. Let's see. And yep, there you go, now it is saying 8. And if I go into one of these and I set it as selected, yep, it still says 8. So the entities are being included within this query, regardless of the state of the actual component. Enabled or disabled does not matter. As long as the component exists on the entity, it is included within this query. So these are the various options that we have for dealing with enablable components. As we go on in this course, we're going to use quite a lot of these options. So now that we can actually select the units, now let's actually use that selection logic within our move logic. Now, thinking like we saw, it's actually super simple. Let's just go over here on our testing system and comment this out. Let's leave the file created just in case we need to do some more testing in the future. And now let's go over here onto the unit selection manager. This is the code where we are giving orders to our units. And over here for the query that we are constructing, we are just looking for the unit move component. So in order to be able to give orders just to select units, that's super simple. Just
Yeah, no. Okay, yeah. Give me a moment. Let's go to the spawn. Ragdoll spawn system. On update. With disabled. Pedestrian alive tag. Spawn ragdoll tag. No, we need that because we're filtering on it. Actually, I don't think that we... No, we... Yeah, this is fine. For now. What I was thinking is that we just flag it entirely off of the thing, but like, yeah, no, that doesn't actually work. For the alive status. But because it happens fast, it would theoretically, it would cause a situation where it could spawn multiples. We only want it to spawn one. And then we'll have a effectively like a timer maybe or something. We're gonna have to like, there's gonna have to be another one where it like effectively moves that thing back to a spot that is allocatable. It teleports it to spawn in at a position, a spawner position. So it teleports it back to a spawner. And resets all of its data. But it is feeding time, so I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm back. I forgot my water, but I gotta take this back anyways. Okay, I'm back. Knee grow feature to the game, please. What? Why would you want the knees to grow? Like, that would just look funny. They'd walk funny. That doesn't make any sense. Dumbest thing I've ever heard. You get your pervertedness out of this. No, you have a knee fetish, but that's okay. Somebody on YouTube. I don't know, something about wanting to grow knees. I want to do fucking bone manipulation. One, it would just look weird. I don't get it. Wait, there's an error. Is that error still here? There it is. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if this has all the values that we want. Oops. Damn it. Here we go. Hmm. We're never triggering the other stuff off. So we stopped triggering off the Okay, so one sec. We need to make sure that each one has this. Ooh. On update, do. We're not. What? No. Wait, give me a second here. Okay, here's the job, right? Right, we're not false. Here we go. Hey, it fired all the things. It just never spawned. Okay, so this is the ragdoll trigger. We know that this one works, so we can minimize this. This one here, the spawner, we don't know if this works. I don't think this one ever actually triggers. On ragdoll, disable tag. Okay, so the spawn is supposed to be happening. But we never see it. Let's see if it actually spawns anything. Oh, it did spawn something. There it is. The prefab. It's there. It's somewhere. Oh, there it is. It did spawn it. The entire system works. So what we're going to do, bear with me, we're going to do this. I want to see if it's spawning her in the right spot. And then if it's just launching her in the wrong spot. She should spawn here. That's not where she's spawning. Rigid body. I think we've only got one rigid body, right? Or no, we've got many rigid bodies, right? Yeah, we got a couple rigid bodies. Yeah, it's about that.
Really the default ones.
Hello everybody and welcome to today's video. We're going to be talking about using prefabs in Unity's entity component system. Specifically this time we're going to be talking about how to use them with an entity command buffer. Now in the previous video that I made, I talked about how to use these with the entity manager and some of the considerations.
Hello everyone and welcome to my channel.
This guy's really,
And we're also
yeah,
going to
okay.
want to have on here
Unity dots spawning at spawn at location. Mhm. We need to. It's not updating the spawn location. Give me a second here. I've got an idea. Okay, create. Whew, excuse me. My spawning, but at the wrong location. What I'm doing wrong. Oops. I forgot to put C# in here. Local to world. Wait, is this well, that should override the. Maybe it's the initiate needs to be changed. This is a structural change, so we want to not do that though. Hmm. All right, so the correct idea, because this is a structural change, is to do a pooling system. And now I need to make a pool. I need to make a pool of entities, right? That we then go over and make changes to. I'm just thinking. We're going to need a lot, right? Because like we're going to have to effectively, every single one that is possible to hit will have to have a, right? And then each one of these entities will need to have eight. No, I know, but I have to like actually lay out a bunch of them is the problem. Yeah, so like essentially I need a bunch of her. Give me a second. There's our there, and then we just do create an empty parent, and then we take these. We go just dump that in there, and then this is the ragdoll pool. Is there a way to jump to this? Yes. There we go. So each ragdoll needs to so we do this, we go back to here. I wonder if you can enable and disable components. Can you? No, never mind. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to say public struct ragdoll and ragdoll pending tag, ragdoll pool tag, ragdoll pool tag, I component data, enable component, and then we need to come into this authoring here, and we need to add a new authoring script. Ragdoll pool tag authoring. There we go. Now we need to fetch. Okay, so now we need the spawn. So we're going to go back to the spawn. This spawn here. What we need is Ragdoll pool lookup. But we don't actually care about getting a lot of them. We just need to get one. Unity dots get a single instance, single entity. Get an entity that that matches X pattern. Hmm. Let's see. The second question. Yeah, but I can just get the world entity. That's fine. Let's go back. We've got that, and like you said, the only thing that we have to do is change the go to world. Do we actually what are we using world for? Yeah, we're doing that. And what we want is ref read only. Local transform, I think he said. Oh no, that's the wrong one, is it? Isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. We want this one. Yeah, okay. So this goes here. Then this goes here. And then this becomes local transform. This entire thing has an error in it, and now I have to find that error. I found the error. I think this is actually not the way to go. Because these all need to like simulate physics and stuff like that as we play. And I feel like that's going to be bad, right? Because like if we have it like actually simulate physics, if we have we want to keep as few of these bones on as possible. Yeah, she's still spawning in the wrong spot. Hmm. See, what did he say? Okay, so I changed this to set component data. That should spawn it, right? Yeah, that should do it. Maybe it didn't build. Yeah, still not spawning in the right spot. State entity manager. Yeah, this should. Weird. So if I bring them in, I'd need to. Okay, so if I bring them in, I bring it in, and I disable animations altogether, right? Be like, no animations for you. You will get nothing and like it, right? And then when I teleport them, I can then take that and launch them, maybe. Hmm. So, why are you not working? Do 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 spawn. Oh, I'll be right back. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Let's go to here. How old is that question? Oh, okay. Unity dots spawn at location. I think we technically have a spawner in here that we might be able to take a look at. I think this one. Mm-mm. Wait, I wonder what. Interesting. Cool. CPU, yeah, CPU. I had a feeling. Animation calling. Scripted controller blend. Stress test. This is the one. Look at that. This has a spawner. Wait, what? Create an additional entity tied to the primary entity of the attached entity. Is bake only. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Sorry. Fire alarms are fun. Thank you. Huh? Wait. Oh. Interesting. Wait. So if I hit play, mix mode. I don't know that it's. Okay, so if I do this. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, they're all spawning in the exact same spot. They're not actually getting random locations. Look at that spike. Okay, so it's still not doing the thing. Weird. Oh, you know what? Okay, let's go back to my scene. I have an idea. Let's find out where where it lives. Did it spawn? Yeah, it spawned. Where does she live? Bone wise. Like where's her bones? She's not spawning with bones. Wait, did we even spawn? I don't think we even spawned her. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. No, she's spawning in the right spot there. Huh. So she spawns in the right sorry, her bones are attached to her, but she's not spawning in the right spot. Spawning a ragdoll. And one sec. And she's not spawning in the right spot. I think that's 000, isn't it? Let me grab this. No, it's not even 000. It's like an offset. Here, spawn, spawn, spawn. So I get the same error with well, it's not an error, but I get the same situation with the world transform as well. We'll go to world. Yeah, it's all there. There she is. Wait. Like I can't access her. I have no way of accessing her. No. I mean like right now she's not in here. Right? Because this one's like the one over here. So like I can't actually see her. The journaling? No. Huh. I think she's at 000, but I'm not entirely sure. But I think I can tell if I grab this box here. That just yeeted the fuck out of that box. There's the box right there. Oh yeah, and it's flying up because it's like halfway through the ground, right? 0.5. 0. One. So yeah, this is 0. Then where is she? She's spawning back here. Right? So what is that? I think it's this one. Go like this though, so we can see everything. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna move this one ever so slightly position. We want to move it on the X. And then the Z. There it is. Wow, that's such a weird location. Huh. 318. Yeah, you would think. You need to debug your code. Watch Entity Inspector. Can I? Will this actually work? I love actual debuggers, but attached to editor. Will this actually work is the question. Is this the right one? Yeah, it absolutely does not work. Debugging does not work. So annoying. Mm. Means using the debugging capabilities. Thoughts-oriented tech stack. Debugging.
Dots is an exciting new way to create Unity games. But wouldn't it be great if your script editor could help you write and update your codebase to this new style of working? JetBrains Rider once again shows why it's the most innovative IDE in script editor for game development by adding new Dot-specific features. You can quickly create component data, aspects, and systems with new customizable file templates.
Okay.
Rider will recognize these Dots types and provide helpful features such as navigating to generated source. and Ride will make it easy to bridge the gap between behaviors and components by generating a Baker and component data from your existing mono behavior. Or you can work data first and use a component data to generate the authoring script and Baker. Using aspect can be a little verbose, so let Rider generate simple accessor properties to help keep your calling code nice and clean. And of course, Rider adds dot-specific inspections to find problems before you compile, such as a missing call to require for update, or not updating a component lookup. Alt-Enter will easily fix things. Download JetBrains Rider and try it on your own dots projects.
Mm. I am going to assume that that does not actually work. So we just have to print out variables. Ooh, do, 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 do. I think what I've got to do is do a teleport script. Those are the same. And then it spawns it into the wrong spot. I wonder. Okay, so what if I do this? No, this is in the ragdoll post spawn data. That also gives me the ability to like, okay, so then if I come down here, yeah, here we go. This is the do. Yeah, and then spawn ragdoll tag. What am I using this for? What is the ragdoll tag used for? Teleport, ragdoll, post spawn, spawn ragdoll. Right. We don't need this because this is the impulse. Yeah, launch. We don't care about this. This is the post ragdoll post spawn data. Update the current location to ragdoll post spawn data. Data transform our position. System API dot set what was it? It was up here. Set component data. The ragdoll post spawn data dot you read write dot teleport transform. That's interesting. Well, that's what I'm trying. Oh, wait. Forgot to update something. New reg all post spawn data. Teleport transform. Local to world dot. There we go. That's why. Okay.
Hello everybody, welcome to the next video in the series where I'm giving an overview of the official Unity ECS sample projects. In this one I'm going to be showing you how to spawn entities from another entity. So you don't need to have seen all the previous videos in this tutorial series before this video, but I would recommend on watching just the previous video, which is the one where I show you how to spawn from regular mono behaviors, because it's kind of similar to it, but there are some differences that I'm going to be pointing out along the way. If you're completely new to ECS and don't really know. Hello everybody, welcome to today's video where we're going to be talking about a very important part of Unity's entity component system, and that is the entity manager. Now the entity manager is something that we're going to be interfacing with very frequently because it's what we use to actually create, read, modify, and destroy entities. And because we're using it so frequently in Unity's ECS, it's important for us to understand how it works and some of the limitations that it has so we can be best prepared to use it properly in our games. So in today's video we're going to be talking about how to use the entity manager as well as some of the problems and limitations with using it. This video is also going to serve as a nice primer for the next video where we're going to be talking about entity command buffers, which solve some of the problems with entity managers. Anyways, if you do find today's video helpful and you learned something, I'd really appreciate if you hit that like button. Also feel free to subscribe. Hello everybody, welcome to today's video. We're going to be talking about another frequently used and important concept of Unity's entity component system, which is entity command buffers. Now entity command buffers work very similar to entity managers, where we can modify entities by instantiating them, destroying them, adding, removing, and modifying components, all sorts of fun stuff like that. However, entity command buffers do address some of the issues with entity managers, which we talked about in the previous video that I did on entity managers. Now you don't necessarily need to have watched the entity managers video before watching this video, but I do think it will provide kind of some extra context about how all this stuff works. So feel free to just open it up in a new tab. I'll leave a link down in the description below. You can check it out afterwards. So in today's video, I'm going to be talking about entity command buffers, a little bit about how they work and how they solve some of the problems with entity managers, and then I'm going to be actually doing a little tutorial section to show you how to actually implement this in Unity. Now if you do find today's video helpful, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that like button. Also feel free to subscribe to the channel for lots more videos about Unity's entity component system and their data-oriented technology stack. Of course, if you have any questions for me or suggestions for future videos, you can always leave those down in the comment section below, or come join us over on Discord over at tmg.dev/discord. All right, so first off, what is an entity command buffer? So as the name suggests,
You can, but it gets overridden, I think, from the looks of it.
It's a buffer that stores commands for entities. So really what that means is it basically just queues up structural changes and then we can execute them all at once at some predetermined sync points in order to have better performance in our game. I talked a little bit about sync points in the previous video, but basically these come up when we want to make structural changes to entities. Now these structural changes always have to happen on the main thread, so this basically means it needs to wait for all scheduled jobs to complete before running these. So it's kind of like a little bit of a bottleneck in our code. So basically we want to have as few of these sync points as possible. Now again, with the entity command buffer, we can basically queue up all these structural changes. So when we're doing like multi-threading and stuff like that inside jobs, we can queue up all these structural changes, and then when we get to a predetermined sync point, when we kind of agree that this is a point in our code where it's okay to wait for everything and run a bunch of things on the main thread, we can basically just play back all those changes that we've queued up in our entity command buffer. And the main things that you're going to be doing with entity command buffers are creating and destroying entities, as well as adding and removing components. And if you'd like, you can also queue up setting components so that they can happen at a predetermined point in your code rather than immediately during the job. Now the entity command buffers solve two major problems with entity managers. The first being we can actually run entity command buffers inside jobs, whereas we can't run entity managers inside multi-threaded jobs. If we were to try to do it inside like a for each query or something like that, it only allows us to do it if we were to run it on the main thread without the burst compiler. With the entity command buffer, we can basically queue up as many of these changes as we want.
Wait, how am I doing it here then? Because I think here I'm doing it for each. Yeah, I'm doing for each. So it works here, but not. Okay, so what if I, one sec. Sure. Wish this was an. I wish I had access to a proper debugger. I miss debuggers more than anything else right now. Like just really truly fucking miss debuggers. It is hard to understate how much I miss having a debugger. It is the biggest letdown. Do we need entity? We do not need entity. Let's drop entity. I feel like entity might be part of the problem. No, we do need entity. Hey man, I'm a new Unity dev, so most of this is going over my head, but maybe explaining the problem to me will help you come up with something to try. Um, the problem is that the spawn location that is being given, or spawn location that is that the ragdoll the spawned ragdoll is getting is not being used correctly. And I'm not sure why. If I remember correctly, it was being passed correctly. I'll have to double check though. I think I deleted the log. And it's frustrating because I don't have a sorry. I don't have a debugger that will attach to the on update. Because it appears like Rider is incapable of attaching to the thread, right? Because it's happening in the burst compiler. So that sucks. So I only have access to debug logs, which I hate. I don't think the debug logs are good. Like they get the job done, but they're fucking terrible. Oh, that would do it. One sec. Give me a sec. I want to see what we're getting here. So we're passing in the local transform. Right? So we want the local transform of this. This is what we're going to be passing in. So if I go like this, I'll do that in a second here. At least I think it's the burst compiler that's preventing it, but it could just be a threading thing, right? Okay, so there we go. We spawned at -3. Do there. And then if we go to the dots here, we passed in the correct data, right? And then if I stop this, come down to here. Oh, do the thing is never being fired. 10 out of 10. Let's see, what does she have again? Okay, so I should be firing do the thing after I run this thing over. Do the thing, yeah, it's firing. There we go, do the thing. But I wanna remove her from the world first. Because she interferes with my logging. Because I only want one of them. Right, so let's go to here. There she is. We go to here. We go to our prefab. I'm going to delete her though. Ragdoll. And we're going to go to our authoring and we're going to grab the ragdoll pool. It's good enough. Go back to scene. Console. We have nothing, 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 nothing. We run over this here. We've got it. Do the thing. It's firing every second. Beautiful. Also, how are you in how are you in how are you enjoying oops, are you enjoying your Unity so far? Where's the error here? Oh, I've got local transform twice here, don't I? No, that's local to world. Enjoying is a strong word. It's fair. Do, 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 do. There we go. Then we just want to do this. Spawned location. How long have you been working with Unity? I wonder if you've been working with Unity for longer than me. There's the spawned location. Wait, where'd my, there's the spawned location. Where's my spawn location? Spawning ragdoll. What? What? Wait. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. So they're getting the same values. You've been working in Unity for 3 years? Does the prefab have an offset on it? You know what? It might. It actually might. That might actually be the problem. It's almost like it has a a position offset. Hot dang. Hot dang. Wait. It's more correct now. Sweet. Don't worry. I started on the 27th. No, the 26th. I started Unity on the 26th. So, I think you know more about Unity than I do. Dots is a hell of a beast, though. Holy fuck. Alright. Dots is a hell of a beast. What do you mean basic stuff? I'm spawning a character and I'm on a struggle bus right now. I'm pretty sure you can spawn a character. I'm initiating my NPCs. I have no idea what this entity manager stuff is. Yes, because you're not being silly and using dots. I'll show you here. This is something that I have in my scene. These all move. They are all rigged. They all move. To preload them. Just whee! Look at them all. This does actually perform quite well outside of editor. Like it actually performs quite well outside of the editor. Okay, so then we do the if we do here ref ro local to world. I wonder if it will give me the right location. Would you do it this way instead of initiating the NPCs? It depends on how many NPCs you have. This is not the NPC count I want, but this is 446 NPCs. I think that's what we're at right now. We're at 446. We want about 1,000. But that doesn't so we want about 1,000 in total. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about doing things the way that I'm doing it if you've only got 50 to 100. Right? Like my system's going to be substantially more challenging to deal with. So I wouldn't worry about it. Look at that. We're getting somewhere. This is a slow and painful situation, but we will get there. By golly, we will get there. What was it? It was Brennan Initiative. Definitely pointed out the biggest problem with the code base, and it was that our prefab had an offset that we didn't realize that it had. Bryn's okay. Okay, sweet. So was it? Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought that I read. Wait. Man, like Twitch isn't even giving me the info. I'm like, okay, so where is it? Because one of you, like, I've lost all of the records here. Oh yeah, it was Chrono. I see it now. I found it. Okay, let's check this again. Because right now it appears that it's spawning at 000. Yeah, that's 000 that it's spawning at. Which oddly enough actually does make sense. Based off of what we've heard from another guy. So if it spawns here, and then we do this, there. We come back down into here. We know that this is happening. So what if we teleport it here? We re-teleport it. Because now it's had a second to finish, right? We just take this and we do this. We say entity. And then we do the ragdoll post spawn data. Value teleport transform. And then we build. And then we also want to do this quickly. This should perpetually teleport it to the location of the sphere. right? So it should be effectively like hovering in the sphere. So it's going to spawn first right there, and then it should keep teleporting it, and it's not. Wait, actually, maybe. Player track. Yeah, no, it's not teleporting it at all. So what we're going to have to do, what we're going to have to do to get this working is we're going to have to, we're going to have a pool. We're going to teleport it that way. So we'll have a pool of characters that we want to, so we'll have a pool of characters and then we'll teleport one in. I think that might be the way to go because the teleport's not working on the ragdoll. Right? The value's correct, but it's not teleporting her for some reason. We look at the prefab. I don't think that she has any other offsets that I can think of here. Right? Got the rotation. That doesn't have an offset. I think these offsets are more like are these actually offsets? Oh, this one's her height, right? Yeah. Why does her hips have a offset? That's weird. When should the teleport happen? Every frame? Right now, yeah, it's supposed to be updating it, but I'm not seeing an update on it. So here we see this, it happened 2,143 times. And here we can see this happened once, right? Because we're only supposed to be able to do this once, right? So it's happening, right? We disable it, then we do the thing. And this is supposed to be setting the yeah, this is supposed to be teleporting her to -319. Yeah, no, this is supposed to work. But it's not. We come into entity hierarchy. I'd imagine that we should be able to see her in here because she is an entity, right? She gets spawned in, so she should show up, right? I don't know where she's going to get spawned in, but she should spawn in and show up. Yeah, she's totally not there. Dots trigger. There's our walks. Yeah, so this is supposed to be teleporting her, and it's not. That's the game singleton. Can you select her in the scene view? No, she doesn't exist in the scene view. She only exists in the game. There's got to be a way. There should be a way. Let me find her again. There she is. So she is spawning at 0, 0, 0. Like her current location is 0, 0, 0. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Hierarchy. She's not going to show up in here, I don't think. No. Those are all the Rins that are walking around. Then we go. Let's see. Here's system. I at one point had a list of all the entities in this scene, and I was able to like click on them all and stuff like that, but I'm not seeing it at all. Components? Might be this one. I don't think it's this one. Search for ragdoll. See that? That's what I mean by basic stuff. I don't have this voodoo with ghost ladies not appearing in my hierarchy. Well, I was thinking that we're in the entity hierarchies here. But like it's not showing up at all. Like it's so weird. It's not system. We check non-entity. I did. It's she doesn't show up here either. Those are just the walkers. Well, damn, I know, right? So weird. You would think that she would show up in like one of these, right? Components. Like we have these. No members. So weird. One sec. Unity dots. Update entities. Teleport entity. Oops. How to teleport objects in? No. That's in not using dots. How to teleport dots object. My level stuff. Yeah, not the non-dot stuff. Trying to teleport a player between two do. How can I make an object? Must include dots. Moving, teleporting a physics entity with with its child. Is that component? Estimate angles between. It's not that. I'm trying to move the parent body to a location, have all of its child bodies. That's fine. It doesn't seem like we're having trouble with it with the child body following the parent. The problem that we're having is that we're not it's not taking the actual object with it at all. Like there's nothing's working. We could try the world location. World location might be like local to world might be it. But I don't think that's it. So this updates the yeah, so it's saying that it's at the right spot. But if I go to here, yeah, this is 000. It's spawning there and then saying that it's at the right spot. Okay, let's run it over one more time. There you go. So it said that it just popped up in this location and that it's currently at that location and that location is right there. But we know that this box here was at 000 and this is at this location. So I wonder, what if I move this box? One sec. Let me duplicate this box and move it outside of here. Right? So let's see. Do we have a second one? No. Okay. So let's go back to inspector. We want this 000. That's fine. There. We duplicate it. Move. Yes. Beautiful. 000. Let's move this outside of the world of entities. So it doesn't exist anymore in entity world. There. Still 000. So there is no world where this is correct. There you go. Yeah. So she's under that box. We've at least found the problem. She's spawning at 000 no matter what we do. But she's also not actually attached to the world for some reason. So that's probably what... I wonder if she lives outside of the world. But then why would she be at 000 if she has an offset, right? Mm-hmm. Let's try the local to world. Local to world. Local to oh, that's why. I'm like, why is this not working? Let's see if it works. Someday over the rainbow. Okay, let's see if she pops that brick up. Yeah, she still spawns in the wrong spot. Still on the wrong location. Oops, one sec. There we go. So now her location 000. Fucking hell. You gotta be kidding me. Come on. Try moving the sphere. Good idea. Let's see. Let's see if it's an offset from the sphere. Yeah, she still popped up in the wrong spot there. There she is. I wonder if it has to do with the cube's not moving. She interacts with the cube, and because she spawns underneath it, it flips the cube up, right? Let's try something really quickly here. We have this, and he has a stress test here. We're going to go here. We're just going to load up his stress test and see if she's now spawning outside of that little tiny spot. Because if I'm not mistaken, she spawns in only one spot here as well. Right? Here we go. Then we go to my prefabs. AI. So ragdoll. And we hit play. Yeah, so she's still spawning. She's now spawning in the right location. But she's spawning in there. I wonder if it has to do with the CPU. Let's go GPU. Yeah, it's definitely a CPU problem. So so her mesh is moving to the right spot, but her ragdoll isn't. Yeah, so yeah, no, the issue here is physics debug. Right? So let's debug, and then we do this, right? They fall through. Switch it over to GPU mode. We don't even see them, right? Because they go off screen. So the GPU, they just fall through the world, right? Because they can't be rendered properly. weirdest thing ever, right? Where's prefabs? No, I want the scenes. Scenes. Maybe scenes? Let's go scenes. Don't save. So it's not transporting the bones. The problem is that it's not transporting the bones. I think I figured it out. Eh. The Toa location doesn't want to work on CPU on ragdoll bones. Ragdoll bones. It's likely I'm not porting the right, or I'm not doing a transform on the right thing. Likely not transporting the right thing. So it's probably... Does the rigid body have a location? Do you think that might be it? I feel like it is, right? Like, okay, so where's our prefab? Well, because she doesn't have a rigid body, right? As a thing it's on. I don't know. I think we need to bring her back into the world so we can take a closer look at her. Specifically, she is our problem. So let's take a look at her specifically. So let's take a look at her structure specifically and modify her to see what's happening. There we go. And then if I move this, does it move her? It does not move her, and that's why. This is the local transform. That does not move her. What is being moved is the question, right? Did it move the bone? I don't think it moved the bones. No, it didn't. So it's not moving. It's 100% not moving the skeleton, which is what's causing the problem. So I need to move the skeleton in order to move her. Yeah. Okay, so if I click on her and I come down to her skeleton, right? What happens if I move her skeleton? Does she move? There we go. Hey, we got it. Okay, so here's the entity, right? Then we need to fetch skeleton component from ragdoll entity. But okay, what if, okay, one sec. That's not going to be good. It's not a skeleton. It's not a skeleton object, right? That we need to transport. But it might be. There's probably a query that we can do on the actual object. Fucking Unreal. Oh, sorry, Unity. Look, it crashed. Unity crashed on me. Save and close. Gotta restart it. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to grab either the skeleton or the first root bone. Once we have the first root bone, we can transport her to that location and fling her. Let's bring her down. There we go. Go bring her down. There. Right? Okay, so let's go to here. Ooh. We have her right here. We're going to hit play. We're going to grab her specifically. And then we're going to see if we can find something in her that we can utilize. And I think it's her hips. Yeah, this one here. So if I move her hip, what happens to her? Yeah, she still does that. Okay, so we can grab the hip and do it from the hip. We just need the hip. So we just need to get the first rigid body. Get the first rigid body from the ragdoll entity. Maybe it's because the way RUK bakes. Maybe? Well, no, because it's like it's doing like a weird skinning thing, like where it takes the bones. So it takes the capsule itself, and I don't know exactly how this works, but of effectively what it does is it takes the capsule and it mirrors the bone to the capsule location and pairs those in a constant succession. So if the capsule moves, the bone moves with it, right? And that's kind of the weird situation of where we're at. Get component data. Rigid body. Search item. What? No. I didn't ask for an int. Oh, actually, that might be right. Wait, how do we get this from the physics, right? Physics world? Physics world. I think we've got one here, right? No. Okay, let's fetch the physics world. I don't think this is going to work because of the order of when this happens. Dot get rigid body index of ragdoll entity. And then we're going to do a debug.log physics rigid body index. Rigid body index. There we go. Do 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 do. Boo do do do. All right, let's see how this works. What do we get for the physics body? It doesn't even show up. What? It didn't even show up. Wait, what? Oh, it hard exited. It was just like, oh yeah, no, I don't exist anymore. Or sorry, entity spawned. I think this is going to be done below, right? But let's see what we get here. Because I think that yeah, it's crashing out, I think. Because it can't actually effectively get a rigid body. Because wait, no, entity spawned, is that not even, that's not happening. This entire bottom section's not happening at all. Here we go. We one sec. We need to not have a physics world in here, and we don't need this. There we go. Interesting. Just interesting. Our debugs aren't working. We don't see this. We don't see this. They're not showing up. log warning. But yeah, it is to do with the way that Rook deals with the transforms or deals with it. So yeah, it's totally not working. That's kind of okay though, because like at the end of the day, this does appear to have. Oh wait. I'm an idiot. Don't mind me. I forgot that we're not it never runs that code because we never hit this little sphere, right? There. There. Now it runs it. So then what we need is the physics update, but I don't think that we can use the physics there. I think we need to use the physics here. Update the first rigid body on the right to ragdoll spawn data's teleport transform. Get the rigid body index. Then it's physics dot can we update can we force a position on that? To get the entity by, you know, that's that, right? Wait. Let me take a look at what was actually there. This entity, right? And what we want is we want the ragdoll. Get the entity of ragdoll rigid body index. I feel like this might work. It's the worst that can happen. Because if this works, we should see the one that we placed in the world. It should teleport to 000. Like instantly. So if this works, we should see a teleport as soon as we start playing. So effectively that box should shoot up right away. If this works. Let's see if it works. So there's only one way to find out, right? It doesn't work. Absolutely does not transform that. There we go. Yeah. There's the error. Okay, so what we want, and I think this requires another authoring. I think we require yet another authoring, and it's this one here, because I don't think that we actually need this, right? This becomes a tag. And then we can say ragdoll pelvis tag. I don't think I spelled pelvis right, did I? No, I did. Okay, sweet. And then here in the mono behavior, we would do here. Yeah. This would be a public game object. Ragdoll pelvis prefab. Ragdoll pelvis. I think it goes there. And then here we do entity. Ragdoll pelvis entity. And then we attach this to the ragdoll pelvis entity. And this would be a ragdoll pelvis tag. Then we come back to here and we get rid of this. We don't want any of this anymore. There. We don't care about this. And we don't care about this spawn data anymore. Did you? Yes, I did. Thank you for noticing. So what we're going to do is we're just going to essentially, we're going to attach to, we're just going to attach to her pelvis. We're going to attach to the pelvis, right? Entity. Get the ragdoll pelvis entity. No, this is a ragdoll pelvis tag. This returns the get entity. Sorry, what was this? This was get component. Get component entity. No, get entity component. Would be. This is not right. Initiate. Can initiate take values? It can. You just get archetype. Oh no, it only takes an entity. But that's not fuck, that's not what we want. Is there a different initiate? Is there only one? Oh, that's cool. You can do multiples. But I want to pass values in. I want to pass some values into the entity here. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Because the hip's never actually getting the data. We can test whether or not she gets the data, though. Her hip is actually getting the data attached to her. And that's actually kind of important anyways. We want to see whether or not the hip is even working. I forgot to burden her with data. I think this is going to crash. Yeah. No, it didn't crash. Sweet. It's on the way to crashing. The regular initiate accepts parameters like prefabs. Yeah, entities don't really do that though. This is going to be a problem. Eventually, this might even allow me to stop. I really don't. I have unsaved changes, and I don't want to lose them. You want to avoid unsafe changes. Avoid them. Or unsaved changes. Blah. Come on. Come on, let me stop. Please let me stop. Don't make me kill you. Could not be found. Are you missing a using directive? Interesting. Yeah, okay. We're going to kill it. Fuck it. If we lose data, we lose data. It's okay. Which one has the thing that's not responding? It's this one. Okay. End task. There we go. We're coming back. We're coming back. Entities work a little different than... Entities are fucking fun. So much fun. Oh, I'm not that far off from where I wanted to be anyways. There she is, right there. Okay, so what we want, we come over to her. We go to a prefab of her. There's our prefab. We want to make sure that the ragdoll authoring script takes in the value that we need. It's the pool one, right? Yeah, pool. So I think I put this in the wrong spot. And this needs to be authoring. There we go. There we go. And now we can drag her pelvis in. As soon as it finishes loading. There we go. And we take this pelvis and place it there. And we save. There we go. All things are now correct on her. And now we should see, hopefully, a teleport. We have an error. The type or name ragdoll spawn data could not be found. Are you missing a directive? Ragdoll host spawn data. Wait, what? I thought I completely removed this. it's not being used. What do you mean? It's not used anywhere. Anywhere in any of my scripts. What the fuck is going on? Maybe it needs to be defined somewhere before being created. I don't know. Because we're attaching to it. We're not trying to actually do a move right now. I don't think we're trying to do anything at the moment. But the thing that it's referencing, we removed from our code altogether. In the search results, I saw an active line. Did you? Oh. Wait, let's go back to script here. Not seeing it. We've baked in world editor. It's fine. I think this is a loop. There's a loop. Somewhere there's a loop. Yeah, there's a loop somewhere. There's an infinite loop. Ah, god damn it. Mm-hmm. There was something to do with the spawn system here. I wonder if it's because we have one of her in the world and that's conflicting with the one that we want to spawn because of the singleton. We're in school in baked in world. So if I go here and we come here, we have this game singleton. We should be able to not have this. There. Save. Now it has nothing. That should be fine. Clear. Let's go into here and we're gonna do a save. Then we go to here, and I want to remove her completely because we only actually want the one. Save. And then we hit play. And we're going to hope that this doesn't freeze. I think it's freezing. I'm getting no errors, but it's definitely frozen. Yeah. It doesn't like me adding to the hip. Yeah, no worries, Chrono. You have a good one if I don't see you before you get back. Hopefully I'll see you again on Monday. If I don't see you again, if I don't see you before you get back. There we go. So we're still getting this. To do Ragdoll System 208. This is not supported. That's, oh yeah. I should just get rid of that for now. Okay. Entity doesn't belong to the current authoring component. Game object, Rin school ragdoll prefab baked in world convert scene. Okay, so what it's saying is that we can't use this. Remove component. That's fine. If I come to the inspector, right? When we do runtime, let's move her into. Wait, this is the prefab? Oh, here. Scene. Let's move her back in here and let's take a look at her runtime. We're looking for animation reference component. And then we want the upper chest. So we can't do that one because these are the same. Index 1. No index. Index 1. Scene tag. No, physics world index 0. Physics velocity, physics mass, physics dampening. GUID, local transform, simulate. We could try and directly attach something to here. What if I did that actually? So what if I did this? Ragdoll pool here. Attach it to the hip. Yeah, what if I did that? Okay, so let's go back to here. And instead of attaching to the main, let's actually just attach to the hip directly. Because that's actually what we want anyways, right? So we go hips. Want the ragdoll pool there. And then we just get rid of the pelvis. In the ragdoll whatever, right? get rid of this. That doesn't matter. This doesn't matter anymore either. Oh, wait. Oh, I see what's going on. I see why we were having problems. This is the... Oh, no, but we want the pool, right? Yeah, that stays. This goes. This one here. And this is just the entity. No, we already have this. So all we want to do is just attach this to it. We can get rid of that. Now, I don't think this is being used anywhere anymore. There we go. There we go. Build. I think we've solved the problem. Because now we can fetch the... We can fetch the... We can fetch the data, specifically, the ragdoll pelvis. And we don't necessarily actually want the pelvis to be a location. Right? We're gonna attach extra stuff to it. But now, right, when we come into here and we go to the inspector, for this unit here, the Rin here, we now have under tags, supposed to be a tag. We're supposed to have attached, oh wait, no, it's under the hip. Where's the tag? Ragdoll pelvis tag. Fuck yeah. Okay, so now we can update the pelvis. So we want public struct ragdoll pelvis pelvis teleport location. And then we want to turn this into has teleported. Should teleport. And then this, we would grab this. Ideally, you don't have this many of them, but whatever. This is a local transform. There. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just do this. Should teleport. And this should be ragdoll pelvis authoring. No. Ragdoll pelvis teleport location. Then when we come over to the system, we grab this here. And now we can come down here, right? We grab this. Actually, wait, should the teleport be on the ragdoll? Yeah, I almost feel like the location should be here, and then we should whatever. Okay, so there we go. Then we do this. We do tell ragdoll pelvis tag. Local transform. Ref read write. Should teleport ragdoll pelvis. Ref read only. Ragdoll pelvis teleport location. Ragdoll pelvis tag. Should teleport ragdoll pelvis. Ref read only. Ragdoll pelvis teleport location. Local transform. Local transform is read write. And I'm fairly certain that's correct. Unless I got something wrong here. No, we should be good. Let's do this. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna take this and then come over to here like so. And notice that we need, let's do this. There we go. Found the error. There we go. Okay, so now what we do is we update the local transform to the teleport location. That's not at all what I wanted to do. Maybe local transform. What? To do dot value. All of that to try and transform one spot to a new one. We're gonna see if this works. There's like a I feel like there's a 2% chance this works. Because I have no faith in it it's gonna work. That's just how these things happen, right? It worked. It fucking worked. Wait for it. Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Where's she at? Stop. Stop. Yeah, that's usually the way these things go. Is she's totally in the right spot too. This one here I need to delete. She's gonna her location is 100% going to be updated though. I just know it. Watch. We're gonna pop in and that brick's gonna go flying. No, never mind. It's not working still. Where's she located? Did I put her too high? Is that the problem? Is she too high? We should see her teleport. She should ragdoll after the teleport though. She disappeared. Debug.log updating local transform. Updated local transform to this. We're in a constant state of fixing this. It's great. 10 out of 10. Okay, so where is her skeleton located? 000. Oh my god. Where's her skeleton located now? Where's her hip? Stop. Okay, interesting. What if I move this box off of 000 so we can see her? I forgot to do the dot position. We can't see her. Let's do +1. Okay, so value dot position. There we go. Super broken. I have to do some research into to Rook's Rook's stuff to try and figure out how the fuck to teleport this, because it what it comes down to is I don't think there's a mechanism for teleporting the bones. Because they're physics objects, I don't think that we can just set the location. Voodoo Man. I'll figure it out eventually. But it is pretty much 5 and I'm stuck. So I'm not going to be able to like work out why I'm stuck. We've got 3 of my buddies. Actually, Don was here earlier. Let's go raid Don. He's doing programming as well. I don't know what he's doing for programming, but oh no, this is not programming. All right, let's go raid one of the guys doing art. I guess we'll raid Rush. All right. Anyways, be good to Rush. He's a good friend of mine, and I will catch you all later. See you on Monday. Ta-ta for now.